The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion, we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the BNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher, wonder when it all goes down, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion, we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the BNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher, wonder when it all goes down, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right side of the argument. Hold the people you elect accountable. And stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday to everyone. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to those silent supporters, and happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week, and looking forward to a wonderful and restful weekend. Tonight's topic is Andrew Holness Judicial Review, as well as Andrew Holness, where's the missing $3 trillion? We want to know. With your host, Baron, and Marie will also be joined by Melting Pot, and we have a special guest tonight as well, who Baron will introduce. All right, so remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live. We don't ask so much, just please thumbs up the live. Share us out if you can, and if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. Let me go ahead and just quickly welcome those in the chat, and then
the ISAT link.
Yes, it's and remember, guys, please continue to donate to the GoFundMe that ISAT started for East Portland. The link is in the description, so please, it's very important because people are in dire need. So please continue to contribute to the GoFundMe. It's for a worthy cause. We have Dorothy McCoy, Truck Life, Beverly, Falmouth Girl 2, Sonia Foster, Patel Cruikshank, Catherine Daly, RJ, Don Mel, Liza Wood, Laris Beckford, Una Vassal, Hurricane Hattie, Rosalie, Ricketts, Rennie Swaby, Cooking with Miss Brown, John Gotti, Joycelyn Williams, Cassetta Johnson, Garfield Gordon out of Many, Winnie Mead, Merzin James, Raquel Whitaker, Dolores Logan, Jahion D, John Scott, The Truth, Louis Davis, S.G. Barbara Giwa, Muriel King, Carla Ebanks, Gigi Jones, Sam Allen. Welcome. Big up on yourself. Thank you so much for tuning in. Love, welcome.
Right.
So guys, as usual, I'll welcome you as you come in the chat, but if I lose control, it will be an umbrella welcome as we go along. Without any delay, I am going to hand over to Baron so I can do some housekeeping, and let me just get Melting Pot to join us on stage.
All right. First, I want to say a big thanks to all of our subscribers, right, who continue to following us, right, and our subscribers who keep on adding, right. We want to say we really appreciate, right, all of the support that you have been giving us. We really appreciate that. So tonight I am happy to say that I have one of my Titan blood brother here, right, Melting Pot, right, and of course we will be joined by Jamica, right. Jamica is in studio, right, and we are going to have a wonderful interactive program tonight. Right, we are going to be going through some clips. We will be breaking down those clips, and of course, definitely tonight we'll be addressing the elephant in the room. Obviously, as it relates to the judge decision, as it relates to the judicial review, right? So, without any delay, I'm just going to bring Jamica on the panel. Jamica, right? Let us bring Jamica in studio. We know Melting Pot doesn't need any form of introduction, you know, because you know that Melting Pot, right, is my Titan brother. Right? Big up yourself, Melting Pot, and Jamica. We want to say, right, it's a pleasure to have you here. Now, Jamica, I know that
That's right.
Okay, this is the first time that you're passing through Mystic Sensation, right?
Yes.
And we will normally give you the opportunity to just give a brief introduction. After that brief introduction, I want you to just sit back, relax. We are going to just run through some clips, right? And of course, before we get to your particular segment, if you want to add anything that you know you want to speak on, free to do so. We are giving you that opportunity, right? Because we know you have the capacity, right, in terms of dealing with issues as it arises. So Jamica, please go ahead, give us a brief introduction of who Jamica is.
Thank you ever so much. I'm going to first say good night to everybody who is watching out there, who have been to university through Mystic Sensation, Melting Pot, and or we know Wilfred Rattigan, and all of those who are brave enough to stand up and to speak about the type of situation that we're facing as a Jamaican people, both locally and abroad. So let me say, Mystic Sensation, I am really a true fan of you folks, you and your wife, the way that you have been a partner, you have done a partnership. I really do appreciate that, because I remember on one episode, the lady Anne was saying that she is not this political person, but she supports her husband. And that is the epitome of what teamwork is and what we need to see more of in our society. And we can embody that to elevate our nation. With that being said, I'm, as you said, Jamica, and it is a two name to be one, that comes to be one. So Ja, meaning my past, my heritage, my culture, I was always called that as a child growing up, and Mike's represents the present and the future. So it is a combination, a fusion of both. So I will continue to bring my heritage and my culture, my ancestor, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, and other persons who have impacted my life. I couldn't stop speaking if I should call name. Kuma, and Kuma, a lot of people. But I want to say I am a Jamaican, that I'm proud of my country. I believe in my country, and I believe that we will rise again. And we're in a troubled time. But with 1838 never happened because we sat down. We stood up together and we fought against injustice. And here we are today. Jamica, you'll learn a little bit more about me in terms of my professional capacity. So I yield the floor for now, and then I'll be happy to take part in more further discussions tonight. Mr. Melton Pot, first time really encountering you, but blessings to you, my brother.
All right. Wonderfully said, Jamica, and I like how you put that in context as you make reference to 1838, the abolition of slavery as it relates to us, right? Uniting together to, right, to make sure that we accomplish, right, what being accomplished today. But you spoke on certain things, right, which just give reflection as it relates to what is current today, and we are going to have situations like that to address as it relates to good governance. Let us add that, because that is the reason why Jamaica is here. Jamaica is in pursuit of good governance, right? Blessings, Melting Pot, right? First time on Mystic Sensation, right? See, I think that you don't know things yet.
Right. Well, I must just say, a big thank you for having me on your program tonight.
Yes.
And to, being the present of you and your lovely wife.
Thank you.
And also our co-guest, Jamica.
All right.
Now, I know I don't need much introduction.
No.
As you might know. Yeah, I'm a face that is well known to the viewers out there in social media land.
Definitely.
But what I want to just say is that today, as cast a dark shadow over the landscape of Jamaica as it resonates with the judicial system, and to think that in the modern era of the 21st century, we are seeing a backward step being taken as it relates to good governance and law that is there to hold politicians accountable, being bent to suit a particular person who has an endeavor agenda to rip off Jamaica. So I'm flabbergasted as to the decision taken by the judge on the day. Yeah, Althea Jarrett. She sure and in no uncertain manner that she is a part of the cliques defending Andrew Holness with his illicit enrichment, and also looking down on the Integrity Commission. So we have that to deal with tonight, and the $3 trillion that is unaccountable for. And we have a lot more issues to deal with tonight, So I'll just hand over back to the moderator of the program.
All right. Thank you for that, Melting Pot. But I want to clarify certain things as it relates to the judge determination today. And this is my perception, right? Because, of course, persons are saying that, the judge make a bad decision, right? But as it relates to my perception in terms of, I understand how the criminal justice system works, right? I just want to explain something, to the general populace. Now, the judge, as a matter of fact, let me just bring up that information. Honey, just and let us read into it, because I'm just going to just dwell right into it, since you made mention of that, right? So here it is.
Make sure it's 200.
Okay, so here it is, right? We are going to break this down. What does this mean as it relates to the judge decision for Andrew Holness review, right, to be heard, right? The Supreme Court grants permission for Prime Minister Holness to go to the Judicial Review Court to get orders to quash IC report on his statutory declaration, right? The Supreme Court has granted permission for Prime Minister Andrew Holness to go to the Judicial Review Court to get orders to quash an Integrity Commission report on his statutory declarations. The Prime Minister is seeking, among other things, to have the Commission's report ruled unlawful and unfair. Justice Althea Jarrett heard submission last month and gave her ruling today. Mr. Holness had applied to the Supreme Court on September 30th for administrative orders, including judicial review. The court battle stemmed from Commission's report on its statutory declaration, which was tabled in Parliament. The Integrity Commission's Director of Investigation, Kevin Stevenson, had said in the report that he could not conclude on the question of illicit enrichment. Stevenson referred to unexplained financial discrepancies in Holness 2021 income tax filings. Mr. Holness has denied any wrongdoing and is contending that the report is flawed. So take it away, honey. Let us deal with that as it relates to the judge decision today. Now, a lot of people really and truly sort of dissatisfied, but from a mystic sensation perspective, right, understanding how the criminal justice, right, sort of shape. Let me say this: there is a process that we call due diligence, right? And due diligence is very important in terms of, right, the court, right, offer that due diligence, right, to the Prime Minister. We have to understand the politics of the whole thing. Now, what the judge had done, the judge had making sure that due diligence, right, being offered. Now, as it is, it doesn't mean that this benefit Andrew Holness, and I'm going to speak in length of that. This is now put Andrew Holness as it relates to facing what we call a 3-panel judge. So what happened here is not anything that benefits Andrew Holness. So if like the JLP administration believe that this is benefiting to Andrew Holness, no, it's not. What the judge had done, the judge had allowed due diligence, right, to hear Andrew Holness' situation as it relates to the judicial review. Remember, what Andrew Holness has to prove in front of the 3-panel judge, right, is one, that the Integrity Commission investigators acted maliciously. Now, we don't see no grounds for that. Number 2, that the Integrity Commission investigators acted just in a prejudice situation. No, we don't see that. And did the Integrity Commission investigators abuse their authority? Now, where this is going is a situation where if this situation played out, what is going to happen as it relates to, it might transcend over a year, you understand, to deal with this situation, or 2 years. Now, what does that mean? That means what I want to tell social media tonight, that if Andrew Holness, right, as it relates to his strategy that he wants to use, lose the general election, what will automatically happen is that FID, right, the financial division that will be investigate, right, Andrew Holness, FID now will fall under the authority of the People's National Party. What will happen now is that FID authority will have to, you know, as it relates to Julian Robinson, right, the shadow minister of finance, right? Julian Robinson now will be the minister of finance. Now, if Andrew Holness, right, lose the general election, it simply means that, and the court, right, has not completed the process, which we are not seeing where the court is going to complete the process as it relates to, right, just few months away from general election. So then Andrew Holness has to be careful in terms of the strategy, or whosoever is applying Andrew Holness' strategy. Because face the fact that if Andrew Holness lose this general election, what it means for Andrew Holness now will fall under, FIDNO will fall under the authority of the People's National Party in power. Simple means that, of course, Julian Robinson will be the Minister of Finance. What does that mean for Andrew Holness? You and I, you understand, can actually anticipate that. Now, having said that, as I said, right, it is not anything that benefit Andrew Holness. It's just like the judge is saying, okay, let us kick the can down the road, right? Let us give the Prime Minister due diligence. If you look in the history in terms of persons who seeking judiciary review, right, most of the times the judge will allow it, right, to make sure that due diligence, right, is constitutional rights. Andrew Holness' constitutional rights, right, is not in breach. So you have to bear that in mind as it relates to what the judge had done. Now, we would like the judge to kick it out because we know that definitely as it relates to, all right, what basis Andrew Holness has as it relates to mount, right, this sort of defense, right? None whatsoever. Because number one, we know that the Integrity Commission, for one, right, did not act maliciously, right, did not prejudice themselves, right, and did not abuse, right, their authority. So having said this is not something that benefit Andrew Holness. So Andrew Holness now is only depending on one thing to save him, right, the general election. It is now very important that people must understand as it relates to what we are going to discuss in terms of the $3 trillion, right, and all those situations, right, and the level of corruption, the level of nepotism, cronyism, skullduggery, and we have a wonderful panel. We have Jamica, you understand? We are going to break down some of that. So without any delay, in terms of what I just said, right, let me just give Jamica the opportunity that if he wants to speak on what I just said, right, let us hear you, Jamica, in that speech.
Most definitely. Thank you for that. And you said it perfectly. You broke it down as much as possible. And the 3 points that you had put forward to say, did the IC act maliciously? No. Was it done in a prejudiced manner? No. Was there abuse of power? No. And it is good education that you have brought to the public space to say that the court will follow the natural process to preserve the right, the constitutional right of the Prime Minister, albeit no matter what we are seeing from him, the kleptocracy, we are seeing the catastrophe, we are seeing him being a demagogue, meaning leading through fear, instead of leadership to the Jamaican people. And there's two different things. So when you see him not say take on the persona of a bro god, but he endorses it, right, by not being against it, and this has pushed him to now being a menace to the Jamaican society. And we have to thank God that we're living in a time and space where we have something like the Integrity Commission, who, as Mr. Rattigan had outlined, that they're not getting paid massively, but we have Greg Christie, we have what's the gentleman name that brought his own water?
Pantan.
Mr. Pantan, and many other young attorneys, brave attorneys, and they are actually on the front line fighting for Jamaica. And we as a Jamaican people, we should just come out here, learn each day, and again let the court take a natural process. At the same time, we have to be looking at our society, and we are going to look at the infodemic, where we have information that is twisting and turning to suit a certain narrative. And I say that a man who cannot sign the 7 Nolan principles of good governance to say that you're going to be a proper leader for your country and respect and preserve the rights of the Jamaican people. You won't steal from them, you won't mislead, misappropriate funds, all of these terms. you're not able to sign off on that, then your integrity is not just being questioned, it is not non-existent. And we as a Jamaican people, we have to know that it is time for us to take a stand against these things, because corruption has been the thing that has been holding us back. It's like you're trying to swim and you have a big iron ball on your foot. And we're seeing this in the court space right now. A lot of Jamaican people still can't believe it, and they will say normally, nothing not gonna come out of it, and him not go to jail and nothing like that. But I want to say to the Jamaican people, both here locally and in the diaspora, that the man who say that he can't and the man who say that he can, they're both right. And the man who say that he can will get up and find a way how to do it. But a man who say that he can't will fold his hands, and it will never happen. It's just like when we say that nothing could shut down the world, and there comes the pandemic. So I'm saying that with this situation, it is a teachable moment. We are in a wonderful space that we have learning, universal university training and lecturing, that you just dissect these points beautifully, and you have given us in a digestible portion where we can take bit size of it, and we are understanding, we're comprehending each time we come out here. So I say thank you, and I digress for now, and I'll come back when the argument develops.
Well said, Jamica. I like how you dissect that, right? And I like how you speak of the alternative truth that the Jamaica Labour Party is utilizing in the space. Melting Pot, let me just bring you in here in terms of you want to expound on what being communicated here. Go ahead, Melting Pot.
Well, what being communicated here is, very substantial to digest.
Okay.
Yeah, because the process always has to remain predominant and take precedent.
Yes.
In any law that, enter into the court system.
Yes.
So I have no problem with the judge, giving him the rights that he so desire.
Yeah, exactly.
But what I have that concern me is the strategy that we have seen being played out over many, a situation that goes into the court as it relates to Andrew Holness and other officials from within the Jamaica Labour Party. We have seen that they have used a strategy that they say, well, time has elapsed. Now, what I wanted to know, but I didn't hear today, was what was the time frame for him to get back into court, because we can't have Andrew Holness leading the Jamaica Labour Party into a general election while he's still under investigation, and while there are also 7 other members from within the cabinet that he leads that is under investigation. Because what that has done, that has damaged the democracy of Jamaica politics, because nowhere else in the world would you have people, up for re-election in a general election era while they are under investigation. And we don't even know who the 7 other affiliated members of the GLP are. So there were a lot of loose ends that, we never hear the true volume coming from those loose ends. We need to hear more from what happened today in the court, rather than just them giving him this grace period. Because the grace period them give him, to my knowledge. And he did not deserve a grace period. Because, as I said, it punctures the democracy of Jamaica politics when you have a prime minister who is under illicit enrichment investigation of his unexplained wealth. Moreover, we see where $3 trillion has gone missing from his administration without any form of accountability as it relates to the various ministry, that there was no paperwork to show where those money were invested what eras they were invested in. So we see where that open up several different kind of worms as it relates to Andrew Holness administration. So my taking on it is that simple. We should have got this matter cleared up because we have an upcoming general election, and he should not be the face of the Jamaica Labour Party, along with the other 7 members from within the cabinet. There should not be on any posters as people seeking re-election in the general election upcoming. So, you know, we cannot allow the system to be manipulated by certain individuals because we are cognizant to what their behavior patterns are because it's been played out on more than one occasion. And this leave, you know, people up in arms as to where do we go from here with our judicial system? Is it working?
Yeah.
Is it being tarnished? There are so many questions to ask about the judicial system in Jamaica.
Okay.
Because we don't see any rigid personnel leading the judicial system where you know you can get justice as it should be the order of the day. We are seeing where, you know, hierarchies are using their influential power to ascertain whatever they need from the judicial system, putting off case, using narrative of time elapsing, and so we cannot go through the process because it's like the process been compromised by the time frame. That need to stop. We have to have a system in place that goes to work and goes to work diligently to give the general citizen of Jamaica the satisfaction that they truly deserve. Because we are talking about taxpayers' money here. You know? Yes. And taxpayers have to bear the brunt of making sure that the country is on a sustainable path of growth. That's why our taxes are so vitally important to the day-to-day running of Jamaica. So when you have people paying their tax diligently, but it's been confiscated by a few minority people in authority, then, you know, it begs us to believe. So for the extended period of time that this ongoing case with illicit enrichment been going on, and we still haven't even scratched the face of the surface yet, as far as I'm concerned, because it's still ended in a stalemate today. So I'm just curious as to, you know, the whole judicial process. I know that in the eventuality of him even contesting the upcoming election, for sure he won't win that election. Yeah. But, you know, just the due process of democracy should not give him the opportunity unless he's been cleared of these charges. So it's playing with the democracy.
Yes. All right. Let me just squeeze in here in terms of sort of, you know, speak on the judicial. Remember that the criminal justice system has 3 branches, right? The investigation, the prosecutorial arm, and definitely the judicial. So we talk about the 3 branches of the criminal justice system, all of which combine to formulate the criminal justice system. Now, for me, in terms of the position that I will always take, right, that our jurisprudence, right, is very, very strong. And one of the reasons why I am going to say that, because we have seen so many cases that Andrew Holness himself, right, put into the judiciary, and I've lost them. He has lost them. So then we cannot be saying that, okay, all right, you know, the judiciary is compromised to the level that, okay, all right, they will not, right, deals with justice accordingly, because if that was so, right, Andrew Holness would have prevailed. But we have seen that every single cases that I, right, being aware of that Andrew Holness put into the judiciary, challenging, right, the Constitution, right, he has lost it, right? So then let us defend our judiciary as it relates to what we witness, right, had taken place with our judiciary. Now, when it comes to the investigation arm and the prosecutorial arm, I have a problem with those. I have a problem in the sense that we can look at a Patrick Bailey where a number 3 was committed, right? There is no breach of entry. The man got over 21 stab plus being shot, right? And investigation arm of the criminal justice system has not yet today, as we speak, has not interrogated Patrick Bailey. So then you see where the criminal justice system, you understand, have been corrupted by the extended corruptive arm of Andrew Holness administration. One of the reasons for that, because Patrick Bailey, right, had set up many of Andrew Holness, right, shell companies. So you see the affiliation and how it affected those situations, right? Patrick Bailey was once Andrew Holness' lawyer, right? And so you see that the man can come out in the space and the man can say that his back is broad like sharpshooter. You understand? Saying blatantly that he can do anything, right, and get away with it, right? So obviously we know that the investigation part of the criminal justice system is corrupted because what is evidently so. We know that, okay, the investigation arm as it relates to Andrew Holness statutory declaration cannot be certified, right, going 3 years, right? The Jamaica Constabulary Force as it relates to the Constitution, I am telling you, as it relates to the Constitution, has the power, right, to launch an investigation, right, investigate, you understand, and execute charges. Why they haven't done so, right? So you can see all of that, right? You can see where you have, let me just bring up something to you again as it relates to certain decision that the DPP had taken where Paula Llewellyn is concerned as it relates to the president for the National Water Commission. He had breached, right, all of the process that is not supposed to be breached, right? And yet, Paula Llewellyn admitted that there is wrongdoing. However, because of the length of the time, Paula Llewellyn is saying that, okay, she's not going to proceed because of abuse of process. Statute of limitation, that means the case had gone too long, which means in law, the case has been statute barred. And Paula Llewellyn know very well that, okay, if you have a situation where you know that the timeline is in question here, the prosecution and the investigation team should work in tandem in order not to exceed that timeline and have a solid conviction. And you understand, in terms of gathering all the evidence, making sure that they do it in the appropriate time and execute. She sits there, waited there, and of course, when the time lapse, oh, okay. Yes, yes, we have seen the clear charges and the investigation is solid. However, I am not going to proceed because of statute of limitation. Simply means the case is statute barred. This is what we call, right, extended corruption. Corruption in clear sight, right, where the investigation is concerned. Now we are going to move on into, right, where we have seen that the Integrity Commission submit investigation report. And that's a big beef that we are going to bite into. And remember, as we said, Jamica is here, right? And we want to get into Jamica's program. So we're just going to discuss this, and then we bite into Jamica's program, right? Because we don't want Jamica to wait too long, you know, and we don't get into why Jamica is here. So I am
comfortably learning. So
Okay,
no
you're
problem.
comfortable. Okay, all right, cool. So I'm still not going to abuse the space. All right. We have to so we're gonna just get into this and then we get into
I just need to read something here because
Yeah.
someone in the chat mentioned that it is important because a lot of people hear the word judicial review in Jamaica and still don't understand what's going on. So Joycelyn suggested that we break down what is judicial review so more people can understand the term and understand what is going on.
Yes.
So I'm just going to read this overview regarding judicial review. Judicial review is a court process that examines the legality of a decision or action made by a public body. So there, as Byron said, so they're going to look to see if the IC acted in bias against the Prime Minister.
All right.
So the purpose of a judicial review ensures that decisions are fair, reasonable, and lawful. It's a check on the separation of powers, allowing the judiciary to supervise the legislative and executive branches. Judicial review focuses on the process used to make a decision. So they're going to look into how they came to the report that they submitted regarding what Andrew Holness financial affairs have been like and stuff. We know the 107 pages.
Yes.
And not the decision itself.
7.
The court will not substitute its own decision for the public bodies. So they're only going to listen to Andrew Holness's argument, request documentation from him to see and assess them to see if the IC acted bias against him or, unfairly, or they acted reasonably in submitting the report that they did. So it's basically that is what is going to happen.
And let me expound on that a bit since you brought that back in the space, right? Remember now that Andrew Holness himself, right, on roughly about 3 occasions, had applauded the Integrity Commission for work well done, right? Himself, Andrew Holness, had applauded the Integrity Commission investigators, right? I think consecutively 2 or 3 years, right? Now, until he has been investigated, then obviously he have a problem with that, right? So then, as I said, as it relates to Andrew Holness, right, team will have to face a 3-panel judge, right, and show where the Integrity Commission investigators act maliciously, right, in any biased way, right, or acted prejudice against the Prime Minister. And go back now to what we are saying. That is one of the reasons why the judge carefully gave Andrew Holness, right, the clear due diligence, right, because you know that the political firestorm that will come down in terms of to say that, okay, all right, the Prime Minister didn't get due diligence. It's just like you're saying that, okay, he has been guilty because he has been accused, right? In law, they said that the subject is innocent until proven guilty. So that is a step in terms of what the judge, you understand, had done as it relates to due diligence. Because when you are dealing with investigation, when you are dealing with certain things, due diligence is one of the things that needs to be executed, right? To make sure that, okay, all right, there is no constitutional breach, right? So you have to be careful with that, right? That you have to, when you are processing case, you have to dot all the I's, cross all the T's to ensure that, okay, because the Prime Minister will appeal. So you have to look, and you have to look at the thing in a holistic way in terms of, okay, the Supreme Court, right, had dot all the I's, cross all the T's and said, okay, all right, let us exercise due diligence in terms of, okay, let us hear what the Prime Minister has to say, right, as it relates to, his grounds.
Yeah.
Was there any bias? Was any prejudice, right? And so forth. And so the judge gave him right, time to now appear in front of a 3-judge panel for 3 judges to hear it, right, as it relates to, right, his claim, right? And so then when they now make their decision, if that they turn him down, then he cannot say that, okay, right, due diligence wasn't offered. You see where that is sort of technical and where
Byron,
yes.
Byron, if I may just add something
Yes.
to this whole saga, as we've seen it played out before. Look at Royal Reed case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We've seen where they have gone into Royal Reed property early morning and spend over 7 hours.
Okay.
But yet still all know this man hasn't been charged. And this man is still out there campaigning on behalf of Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party. While there is enough evidence as it relates to interview being carried out by the police in regards to the helper and what she stated. And they are trying to use the same time frame period to free Royal Reed because that is their strategy. So Andrew Holness is playing the same game. And asking for more time. That's what he's doing. He's playing the system because he's good at that.
What we have to be careful with, right? We have to be careful with in terms of Royal Reed situation is in the court.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the other situation that we are making reference to, right, have not reached into the court, right? The DPP, right, intercepted. So that's different, right, as it relates to the DPP, you understand, refuse to continue a case based on abuse of process or statute of limitation. Now, that means the DPP ended right there. You have to understand the constitutional rights of the DPP. The DPP has the power to start a case and has the power to end a case.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So if the DPP ends that case ends.
Yeah,
right?
but as you last night pointed out on the Titan, that there should be only if there are reasonable grounds to end the case.
Yes. So what I said on the Titan, I am saying that law, right, supposed to be challenged to be amended. That is what I was saying. That sorry, Jamica, come into the space.
No problem. And if I may, sorry to cut you. If I may just put in context and trying to break down to give an analogy. So the court actually, like you go in fishing and you get a fix and then you give it some length, and that is the due process so that you can catch the fish. Mm-hmm. And so we have to just appreciate the time and the due diligence, the professionalism of the court. And again, we must say in 2024, I say that I'm proud of how the court system is going. Yes. Yeah, as you clearly point out, the jurisprudence. Sorry.
Okay. Jurisprudence.
The jurisprudence. Yes, the jurisprudence. The jurisprudence. It is being executed in a professional manner, and it is following the process, dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's, and we're able to learn alongside everybody as a Jamaican. So I say that we're in a very important time in our life, and I believe that let the court take its process, and we must support the IC, and we must support the judicial system. ISAT been referring to this a long time now. And even when Vybz Kartel went to the Privy Council, I must say, on this book, Vybz Kartel book, I believe that he needs to lower the costs, right? It's a very powerful book, very important book. And when we got the freedom, when Vybz Kartel got his freedom, Jamaica got its freedom as well. Why I say that? Because it shows that the constitutional rights of Jamaicans are being preserved. And I'm not here endorsing anyone. I'm not saying who is innocent, who is not. I'm saying that when you look at the many discrepancy in his case, and when you go against somebody's constitutional right, then you're wrong. And we are happy to see that the Jamaican system, judicial system, has come so far to say that we are now being professional and we are being disciplined about how the law is, and the jurisprudence is very good in the land. So as you said, trust the process, continue to support and learn along the way.
Well said. Well said, Jamica. And I understand where Melting Pot is coming from in terms of wanting to see, right, the judge just deal with him like that in terms of kick it out. I would like that too. So let me have that. I would like that. But unfortunately, that wasn't the situation, right? And they allowed him due diligence and so forth. And we have to accept that as it relates to, you know, the level of professionalism, right, that executed by the court. That's all I'm saying.
But
right?
With this judicial review, as you said, it's a stupid move because he's gonna have a hard time to convince the judges that any biasness was against him, because this whole process of the IC is for all persons who work in government. It's not just like he was singled out. There are other persons who have been charged under the illicit enrichment corruption act.
Yes.
So it's not like he was singled out and say, okay, I'm gonna target Andrew Holness or whatever. So it's gonna be a hard case for him to present to the judges. And I'm sure that the judges, the documents that he wanted to hide, he's gonna have to maybe present some of them to try to, you know, make his case.
Yes.
So he's in a pickle.
I tend to agree with my wife, right? Because obviously he's going to have to prove that, and we're just not seeing any grounds in terms of him proving that. All right. So let us move into what we call the Integrity Commission submit investigation report to Parliament. This is really serious. All right, honey, without any delay, you want to bring up that? Let me just bite into that.
Okay.
All right, here we have it. Now, people, so Tuesday only you'll be monitoring this, right? Integrity Commission submit investigation report to Parliament. Here it is. The Integrity Commission IC has submitted another investigation report to Parliament and is now awaiting tabling. Wow. The report was submitted along with an associated indicative ruling and the full ruling from the Commission's Director of Corruption Prosecution. Would like to really have an understanding of her ruling, right? While the nature of the investigation report or who it relates to cannot be provided until it is tabled in Parliament, the IC said the relevant documentation was formally received and signed for at the Parliament at 3:07 p.m. yesterday. Hard copies of the investigation report were submitted in separate envelopes on the cover of identical letters addressed to House Speaker Juliet Holness, President of the Senate Tam Tavares Finson, and Clerk of the Houses of Parliament Colleen Lowe. The associated indicative ruling, which was embodied in a second and separate letter, together with the full ruling of the Director of Corruption Prosecution in the matter, were also similarly submitted. Take that away, honey. Let us speak right here, right, as it relates to Andrew Holness administration, right? And I want to go as far as to say that unprecedented in terms of what we are seeing unfolding with the Andrew Holness administration. The level of corruption and the amount of persons that involved. We are talking about illicit aid. Now, if you go back in history of our politics, right, as I made mention of, we have not seen where Portia Simpson came under such scrutiny by the Integrity Commission, or in extension at the time, the contractor general, so to speak, right? We have not seen Bruce Golden, right, came under such scrutiny. We have not seen P.J. Patterson came under such scrutiny. We have not seen Edward Siaga came under such scrutiny. We have not seen Michael Manley. We have not seen Norman Manley, right? We have not seen Buster Manti. But here we are, as it relates to an Andrew Holness administration, the level of nepotism, the level of cronyism, right? It is just unheard of as it relates to the high level of corruption that we have seen, right, in the space. Let me say, Melton Pot, you want to take it away in terms of what you want to say here?
Yes, because I mean, you know, the high level of corruption that we have seen, I know it's a carefully orchestrated and formulated plan led by Andrew Holness. As the chief civil servant of the country, his administrative role is to preside over all these ministries that comes under his portfolio. And when you look at 3 of the ministry and the exorbitant amount of taxpayers' money that is unaccounted for, it shows how much involvement Andrew Holness have to do with these ministries falling foul of the regulation of governance in the country. So, you know, this is why we are having this discussion for so long about Andrew Holness and the corruption. Because we know that he has, from the inception of entering into politics, he has lied. So when we look at, you know, how him really present himself as a politician from the outset, we could tell that he would have ended up into this side of dilemma.
Yes.
With misappropriate fund, corruption, high level of crime, and the involvement of how he orchestrated the whole administration around him. We saw where he attempted to militarize the country, moving army personnel into civilian role. So that was, you know, a bridge too far. And, you know, the public at large speak about it, and we have seen where it has sort of tempered off. Not that, you know, the whole assignment duty that him have in his back pocket going around with is still not eminent. But, you know, it has scaled down in recent time based on the amount of publicity that it got. Yeah, because Major General Anderson should never have been Commissioner of Police to begin with. And the appointment of Rocky Mead also as an army personnel should never have happened. Bringing in an army personnel into a civilian role compromise who were there as civilians serving in that capacity in regard to the Jamaica Constabulary Force. So what he did, he compromised these men. And when you look at how he assembled the security personnel them around, yeah, as it related to Bailey working in tandem, yeah, with the crime and not being transparent with the crime and the statistic. These are men that he used to orchestrate the whole landscape of Jamaica corruptness. We're not getting true figures coming out. We're not getting true information from the man that was put in place to deal with crime, Bailey. And so we have a breakdown in the whole administration of the policing of Jamaica as it relates to proper policing and the authority that are in place being transparent with the citizens of the country. We have seen where a lot of high profile drugs related circumstance, and I know we don't hear the fullness of these cases as it relates to who are involved. No charges been made, and it just leave the media space, died out. Now this could have never been, coming from out of the ghetto. You'd hear the full force, information wise, name being called, swift movement to get people arrested and charged. So we are looking at one law for the small people and one law for the hierarchies. And we are saying that this has to stop because this cannot, be the bedrock of how you build a society with two laws. It must be one law.
So true.
People should be held accountable for these high-level criminal activities. The crime is of paramount under Andrew Holness administration. That's skyrocketed to the fact that they have to, give injustice figure because the number is too high. And based on his own perception as the leader of the opposition, he could fix crime. Now we have seen where crime has gone through the roof. And we have seen where the Minister of National Security, along with the commissioner, have come out and spoke highly in regards to how much they have invested in crime. They are refutedly saying that they have invested the most money in crime. But what has Jamaican benefit from all these investment in crime? We have not seen the beneficial of it. Because the crime fighting tool that we want to see has not been implemented, which is the body camera. So this is why we know that the country is not being run properly by the people at the helm. Because body camera would have given clear indication of what happened on the spot. It would have, reduced the time that a case have to undergo for its full investigation, because you'd have the video evidence to work along with the corresponding evidence that's been written in the book. So this is where Jamaica is under Andrew Holness.
Yes.
It's been corrupted to the point where no one has any interest in Jamaica as it relates to the law. The policymakers have broken the law themselves.
Yes.
So we have to understand that from a critical point of view, that security is paramount to the growth of your country.
Yeah.
Along with education and health. Those are three sectors that you cannot get them wrong. If you get them wrong, you feel miserable. Because as citizens, we want an environment that we feel secure. Our life, our property, our kids, our friends coming from overseas, coming to Jamaica. We want to reassure people that our space is, well respected in regard to security. Our health sector is in good hands. And our education sector is going forward. So under Andrew Holness administration, these three critical areas of Jamaica has failed miserable. So, this is why he's having these high level of corruption, being thrown at him. And he cannot dispute these claims because the statistic will show that these claims are relevant claims.
Okay. All right. You finish melting pot?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
can take over.
Let me just speak to Jamaica's in the space. Earlier you spoke about kleptocracy as it relates to Andrew Holness administration. And in addition, you also spoke that Andrew Holness did not sign the code of conduct. Let me just ask you directly, right? Do you believe that the Prime Minister acted premeditatedly as it relates to the level of corruption that we have seen? If the answer is yes, then tell us in terms of some of the things that you have seen that you would have come to that conclusion.
Thank you for that question. And when you spoke about the two reports from the IC, as you rightly said, you said kleptocracy, and we also want to accompany that with kakistocracy.
Yes.
So kleptocracy is not just theft of one ministry, but it is a system of stealing and corruption. And people have to know when corruption steals from the born and the unborn. It steals from our education system. It steals from the health system. It steals from the financial system. It steals from the security system. So therefore, you have a collapsing society that we have to be operating in. And yes, I believe that this is premeditated, and it is through confusion that he will strive. That's why he will say things like battle for the mind. Why you need to battle for minds of people? You need to empower the minds of people so that they can grow your economy, right? And so when we look at how kleptocracy has impacted the various ministry, and now that you see that the IC have another report, because remember, it is illicit 8, it's not 1. And we must again appreciate the jury prudence of the IC. They do it one at a time, so we're not conflating everything, confusing everything. Because when you look at strategies being displayed by the Prime Minister, you're looking at gaslighting, you're looking at manipulation, you're looking at infodemic, when you can't believe what you're hearing. For example, the Prime Minister come out and say that they're tracking people, he's tracking people, and then the information minister, Miss Dora, as we affectionately know her,
yes,
she come out and say that they're not tracking people. Then left with a ball of confusion. You understand? So you don't know how to trust, who to trust, why to trust this Prime Minister. Remember, in 2016, he asked for your vote by saying to the Jamaican people that he will bring big companies to rival JPS. It's 2024, 8 years after. Where is the big company? All we see is big light bill. And the Jamaican people must understand that when the Honorable Portia Simpson Miller leave it and say 350 kilowatt per hour, then you will be paying a GCT. He has lowered that to 150 kilowatts. So that means that you are paying for the man who are throw up him light wire, right? So the man who not paying a light bill in the ghetto, in the garrison, you, the Jamaican people, and I, the Jamaican people in the middle class, and who they just above poverty and I try to live, you're paying for people who are stealing electricity. That is the conundrum that we're in at the moment. And also he promised that he was going to publish the job description of member of parliament just to justify the raise of 200 and 300% increase. Mr. Prime Minister, one question: where is those job description, right? And we're going to and we're going to ask again. We're not going to ask, we're going to say to you, it was a reckless statement, very wrong very bad statement to say that there is a lot you can do about crime. Yes, there's a lot. But when you said that the Jamaican people could live with their doors and their windows open, that is a reckless statement. And that shows that you don't understand the complexity of the situation that we're facing as a society. And we always hear about fighting crime. We cannot fight crime. When we look at crime, there are three major components of crime that we have to fight in order to um, prevent it or to mitigate it, right? And we have to look at poverty. When a man is hungry, he's angry, right? And he's going to create conflict, and conflict turn into war. You know, much of the youth them fight them grandfather war, and sometimes it's just a step on a man tour. And 10, 15 years later, I was born in the ghetto. I see this firsthand in Jakes Road, Mountain View, right? So you have poverty, you have miseducation or illiteracy. So when a man don't know how to communicate effectively, all right, for example, when we're kids and we have this one child that was always angry and he getting a temper and he cannot speak. He doesn't know how to communicate, so that caused him to be a ball of anger. And now this child will go out and hurt somebody because he doesn't know how to express himself. So illiteracy at play there, right? And when you look at the last one is corruption, and that is a major one. So we need to be focusing on poverty, illiteracy, and corruption by getting out these things. Because remember, Miles Monroe said that when justice is delayed, corruption is increased. And we have to remember those things. And I'm not going to leave cockistocracy. And this now is simple breaking down to say that we are having leaders in place that need leading themselves. Perfect example, Mrs. Anne-Marie Vaz. She's going to communicate to the Jamaican public. That is a crying shame what she did, to say that when the youths come from school, them can go rub out them and miggle. And this is the type of communication that we're getting. We're getting lies from the Prime Minister. We're getting lies from the misinformation. Information minister. She's gone over to education. God help us. God, let me tell you, she's a brilliant communicator, I know. However, she's a very bad liar, right? Very, very bad liar. And you can see it on her face, because when we look at communication, it's broken down into three major components. And the first one, you have verbal communication, which is 7%. You have the non-verbal, right, which is 55%. The old cliche, actions speak louder than words. And then you have 38%, which is the vocal, the way in which we speak things, right? And when we look at her non-verbal, you can see that she's forcing. It's just like when she tells us the crime plan, say crime is going down. And on her face, you can see that she's lying. Exactly. And the people attacked her in the comment section. Thank God for 2024, where we no longer just hearing these things. We can now reply to these things and say, no, that is not what we are seeing in Jamaica. It is a total different thing. So going back to your question, yes, I believe that under this government, we have seen the heightening corruption. There was a poll that also illustrated that fact. I think it said 65% of the Jamaican people that believe that corruption has heightened. And this is a fact, and we have to think better as Jamaicans, and we have to hold our leaders accountable. And even if it is PMP government, it is still our responsibility to hold them accountable, because at the end of the day, if you don't have any guardrails, you will run over the line. Right? So we have to ensure that we empower the Integrity Commission. We support them, and I hope in the future, not hope, I believe in the future they must be paid more than what they're paying now, because they have the weight of Jamaica on our shoulders. And I will close with this. The Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey said, justice is greater than the law. Because if there was no justice within the law, then the law wouldn't make any sense to us as human beings. So justice is greater than the law.
Well said. Perfectly said. I love that. Right? Love that, Jamaics. Right? Of course, that you're adding to you know, what the people want to hear, well-informed message, right, that will stimulate the mind, right? Awesome. Now let us get into what, of course, Jamaica is here for, right? And Jamaica, I want to say, as it relates to your mission, sir,
Yes,
right,
sir.
that you had chosen, right, to take on, you know, this wonderful fight. I'm not going to say a burden, right, because I know it's really a pleasure to accomplish the mission that you want to accomplish, right?
Thank
We have
you.
seen the struggle in our hotel industry, right? And we have seen where we would, you know, in terms of my definition, my perception, would call it what we call a modern day slavery, right? Being, you know, exposed, right? And so then when we look in terms of what our hotel workers are going through as it relates to $2 US, right, per hour, right? It's a crime shame. I am going to show you something before, right? You come in here, Mike, right? Let us TikTok, Machiavelli, Kingston, Jamaica. Let us get into some of the issues here. What is it?
Yeah, let me show you.
Okay. I don't think I want that.
And oops, one sec, guys.
I must say, Mr. Melting Pot, I feel your passion and your presence as well, and I must commend you and say continue to do so. We appreciate each and every individual that comes out and able to speak on the behalf of those who are feeling like they're voiceless. We're passing on that light to you know, to light their candles.
Exactly. So
Yes, and I must thank you for the endorsement, Jamaica, you know.
all right.
You're wonderful, you know, young, decent Jamaican like you, standing up for justice in your country and making a difference.
Thank
All
you.
right. So what I'm going to play, right, as it relates to, right, we are the position in terms of our government, right, not standing up with our people, and more so, right, standing on the side of the PSOJ and the neo-colonialists. So we are going to speak that word, right, because we've seen that the neo-colonialists have been taking great advantage, Jamaica and melting pot, of our people, right? And we need to definitely speak in light of that. Now, here we have a government who identified the problems, right, and particularly where the pressure lies as it relates to the primary area of suffrage, where people have been facing high energy costs, right? High energy costs, and the Prime Minister promised that he's going to deliver, right, big companies to reduce that burden, right? Now, the reason why I'm playing that clip, we are just showing the history of how the Prime Minister behave in terms of, you know, showing the Jamaican middle class under the bus, right, and defend, right, the PSOJ. So I'm staying in line here before we get into the art of the tourism. So we are talking about what the Prime Minister has done in terms of protecting PSOJ, protecting neocolonialism, protecting the capitalists, right? So when we look at this move in terms of what the Prime Minister had stated here, right, but yet the Prime Minister, guess what, lie in bed with those, right, corporation, the corporate, I call them Jamaica and melting pot, corporate thugs.
They are.
Some people will say, Byron, that's a little bit extreme, right?
No.
But
That Byron, that is well in your eyes to call them the corporate thugs because they are the corporate thugs.
all right.
I will hold on to that. I will hold on to that. I understand your point 100%, but
All right.
it is about communicating. But continue.
Okay, all right. So let us get into the Prime Minister and show you his style in terms of really not passing policies to support our people. Right? Let us pull that here.
He's saying a lot while saying nothing.
Exactly, honey.
Yeah.
Saying a lot while saying nothing at all.
Excellently put.
All right. Let us listen to him.
I would like to make promise. I make commitment. And under the Labour Party government, we are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big power plants.
Hello, I'm Damian Mitchell. Jamaicans will be paying more for electricity on their October bills. The Office of Utilities Regulations has approved an average 1.4% increase in rates charged by the Jamaica Public Service Company effective September 1.
Jamaica Public Service Company JPS customers should expect a slight increase in their February bills.
The Office of Utilities Regulation OUR this afternoon, scores of residents have been questioning what they contend are high electricity bills which they've been receiving since their meters were changed by the JPS.
We are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big energy companies.
My bill for March was 13,000 and much. April bill was 15,000. This month I was taxed for 35,000.
That can put the money in here to build the plants to give you cheaper and better electricity.
The light bill is very high, and a whole lot of people have the same problem.
Take it away. Let us go to the panel of our critical thinkers here. Right? In 2015, right, Jamaica and Melting Pot, right, the Prime Minister and his political campaign, right, promised that, okay, he will be able to bring in the big companies, right, to make sure that the big companies do their thing and drive down the cost of electricity. What I want to tell you, panel, that in 2015, the Prime Minister stated this, the Prime Minister had won in 2016, and Jamaica's Melting Pot, guess what? In 2017, the Prime Minister in bed with, of course, those corporate talks that we spoke about, JPS, right? And where the Prime Minister, as related to Ardley Shah, being the Minister of Finance at the time, making that decision, right, to definitely damage the protection that the Portia Simpson administration had provided, right? Where Portia Simpson set a protection as it relates to 350 kilowatt usage. What Andrew Holness had done, Andrew Holness had now reduced that. Remember, it is Andrew Holness in 2015 speaking about big companies that he will be bringing in. And 2016, he got in power. 2017, we have seen what Ardley Shah had done, what Andrew Holness administration had done. Remove the protection. You don't want wicked on that. Melting Pot, I'm giving you the opportunity.
Well, you know, when he came out and make mention in 2015 about the big energy company coming into Jamaica, what was significant in his speech, he never named the companies. And that tell me it didn't have no, it did not have, yeah, it didn't name the companies. Because, I mean, come on, if you are attracting big investor within the energy sector to come to Jamaica and invest in Jamaica to provide cheaper energy supply to Jamaicans, then of course you'd have named them because they have a name. But he did not. So that I know that was a lie. Right? And then that was his PR stunt to win the election in 2016. He used energy crime. He used corruption with the carry on with their fanatics, mother of all corruption. And they go on and they play with the Jamaican electorate. So it was a campaign structured on PR and lies. But they find a way into politics in the parliament as the government of Jamaica. Now, when we look at 2017 and what Ardisha and the Prime Minister did with the threshold that was left there by Portia Simpson administration to protect the consumer in regards to the energy bill, they reduced it from 350 and drop it all the way down to 150. But in document report, it is showing that it's not 150, it's 100.
Whoa.
It's 100. So they have taken away 250 kilowatt usage from the consumer. Right? And this is atrocious in the behavior pattern of what we say Andrew Holness reverse the role upon the Jamaican society. When you look, everyone is feeling the high strain of electricity bill. And this is what is driving away investors from coming into Jamaica. Because they cannot operate with this high electricity bill that currently available in Jamaica. Manufacturer need cheaper energy supply to formulate business anywhere they go. Right? So that is a no-go as Andrew Holness administration is concerned, because I didn't have any plan for electricity and reducing electricity bills to the consumer. So it's just a PR that he has, utilized at his disposal to trick the Jamaican citizen at large to get their votes. We have seen where he has used many more tools to destroy Jamaican working class life. Remember, he come with a word named prosperity. But instead of prosperity, we are seeing austerity.
There you go.
And the austerity measures is of such that even in the pandemic, it was used and utilized in a way that no other country in the world experienced. Let's look at, the situation with mass. How can you charge your citizen bottom line 200,000, top line 700,000 for mass? And at the same time, we have seen where a member of your political party break the protocol in the pandemic and no movement days. And even when the video came out, the video was not sufficient evidence enough to charge Flight Green. We have seen where Tough Town at the Ministry of Health break the protocol by being on the road late hours at night, capturing men, tying them up with rope. So all these are questionable behavior by Andrew Holness government. As it relates to one law for the small people and one law for the echelon society group. So we cannot have a government of this magnitude still want to preside for a third term in Jamaica with all the trail of corruption behind them, and still asking for the electorate to side with them in the upcoming general election. That's a no-go show, As my comrade colleague, Damon Crawford, would say, what can go so?
All right.
Because we are looking at a critical era of Jamaica rebuilding process, and that's the economy. And we are seeing where our economy has contracted in the last quarter to the point where it's on the brink of recession. But at their conference recently, they've never made mention of this, situation arising in the financial sector. You understand? Because when your economy can lose almost 3%, that's a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole lot for the taxpayers now to, incorporate. And this is what is helped to fueling the crime in Jamaica. Because when you make the citizen of your country poor and impoverished, then crimes become the only alternative. Because we are seeing where there's no new job creation in Jamaica outside of the hotelier sector and the call center.
Mm-hmm.
No, these are service economy. These are not manufacturing economy that will grow your economy to a level where you retain most of what is being garnered within the sector. These service economy, they belongs overseas. We are just merely getting a little bit of, remittance from them as it relates to tax. But what we're finding that with all of these service economy that comes to Jamaica, they put a strain on our local infrastructure like sewage and all these things. And there's no surplus charge to mitigate these circumstances. And that's why you find out that in downtown Kingston and some cities, you are seeing sewage running on the road. The hotel sector. Look how many visitors come to Jamaica and using the sewage main. But there's not a tax imposed upon the hotelier sector to pay back to the utility company that provides the service so that we can have a service in place that is conducive to the influx of visitors coming in and using the service. So what we have is a backup within the system because we need bigger pipes now laid underground to take this sewage. They need bigger passage to take them to the treatment plant. We're not seeing that.
All right.
So there's a lot of breakdown within the sector where the government has to take responsibility, and we are here to hold them responsible for the failure to deliver to the Jamaican society.
Exactly.
The economy has to grow, and it has to grow using agriculture as the main source of development. Because when you look at our importation food bill, it is too much in comparison to what we export. There's almost a $5 billion deficit. The only way we can find ourselves on a sustainable growth, we have to start grow and eat what we produce and stop importing things that we should be exporting to foreign countries.
Yeah.
But as a tropical country with land of food and water, we are importing these things rather than exporting them.
All right.
So I yield back to another member of the panel.
All right, definitely. Jamica, right, you understand the situation in terms of the Prime Minister promise, but we try to show the reflection in terms of that the Prime Minister, right, have no care as it relates to our middle class, and our middle class has been slowly eroding, if we take note of that, right? Inflation is increasing, poverty is increasing, and while the government is showing no mercy to the Jamaican people in terms of the high energy costs that they're facing. Jamica, squeeze into the space.
Thank you. What you look at this time, going back to the video, you see is mendacious ability and tendency being illustrated, and it's continuous. And saying mendacious is simple, saying he's a liar. He's lying to the Jamaican people. He's making promises that he doesn't fulfill. He doesn't give you any blueprint to these plans that he's proposing. And this is now you're taking the Jamaican people for a fool, Mr. Prime Minister. It is disrespectful, and it is something that we cannot move forward with any type of government, whether it be JLP, PNP. We must hold our representative accountable. In 2000, as you played the video and you rightfully said it's 2015 and not 2016, these things are lies. MSMEs cannot survive on high electricity bills. We cannot have small, medium enterprises to grow when there's so much for electricity. We didn't hear him come and say, all right, let us model the system that is in Netherlands, where they're doing so much with solar energy, putting the solar panels on the water, the cooling system, pulling down the energy from the sun, and able to store the energy and then redistribute that energy. We're not seeing anything like those. We're just getting vague statements. We're getting empty, hollow promises. And that has been his trend from then. And it continues up to today's date when we see 8 years after, almost 9 years after, he's begging the Jamaican people. The roads are in a deplorable condition where our tourists are talking about it now. Where the man, Vibes Cartel, who come from prison, say he cannot believe that after 12 years, people are still crying about road and water. And it just shows the major disparity between the upper class and the lower class. There's a huge disparity because no way in Beverly Hills they're going to be swinging from potholes and not having water in their pipes, not having what else it would be, electricity.
Right, constant electricity.
There you go. Some places in Jamaica still don't have electricity. Today's day, 2024. This is the reality. And it just shows you they're in a bubble to say that the rest
And
of
Jamaica,
Jamaica
I don't cut you. But
Go ahead.
even if they do have electricity, it's not constant. It's
not
more
constant.
blackout than, regular electricity.
And this is a problem. How you expect people to be efficient? First thing in economics, it's about efficiency that will boost productivity. Simple meaning that you are able to do more things in a shorter period of time, so that you're able to, reach enough people. And if you don't have, just the other day, there's a report where the man in Port Henderson, where he's talking about there's no street lights. Yes, there always been theft of the street light. How can we now find a more sustainable way so that the roads can be lit? There was no markers in the road, no reflectors, potholes in the road. These are danger hazard. We're putting the Jamaican people life at risk. And these are the tax-paying Jamaicans who pay the Prime Minister to fix these problems. And then all we're going to hear is the big prices and the most you have spent, and saying that this has been raining for so long, a couple months. I'm asking you the question, Mr. Prime Minister. Has it been raining for 8 years now? What about, it's not all about building the roads, it's about maintenance. And in 2007, you have repealed the Road Maintenance Act.
Yes.
That is something that you did. So why are you coming now in 2024 to tell the Jamaican people that it is not your fault? That is what you're basically saying. I saw that he had a video. He is now differentiating the different type of roads, parochial roads, farm roads, and the major roads. And why are you doing that? We don't pay you for you to come and tell us about them again. We pay you for you to fix them, right? Fix them, and then you tell me, oh, look at our farm roads. They're beautiful now. Our tractors can traverse on it to make goods and services flow in a more efficient manner so that productivity can be raised. Yeah, and we want to know, when we look at the parochial roads, you say the people can go to and from their place of work so that they can feel good going about. The taxi man don't have to garage every weekend for them front end to fix that. and you have no tourists coming here to say that they don't want to come back because the roads aren't good. And then what you're going to do to solve the problem is to make an airport in Negril. So that now means that stretch from Montego Bay to Negril. The tourists not going to be able to appreciate the view and appreciate the people that lives in these towns like Lucy, where now they can encounter with the tourists so that they can make a earning for themselves. So now you're cutting out people's livelihood. It's just like Faith's Pen. I remember as a child traveling from St. Catherine coming down to, and I must say first and foremost, big up St. Catherine High School. I'm a past student. I'm shamefully the Prime Minister is a past student as well. Oh my, you have done the school wrong.
I know you'd get to that point.
But big up St. Catherine High and reaching Manning Cup finals, I must say. But yeah, I remember I'm coming from St. Catherine to St. Anne on a holiday period to visit my grandmother. And I was traveling like this from age 11 when I have a little small sender phone, and I would travel from right across the way from the hospital, Spanish Town Hospital. I take the taxi. Yeah, you understand, and go at St. Anne. I remember passing through Faith's Pen. And Faith's Pen is where you could get your jerk chicken, you can get your yam and such. What am I do now? This is a ghost town.
We went there, and there was nothing.
There you go. So where is the sustainable development and growth? If you're going to take away these people's livelihood, what is the contingency plan for them, right? Because these people have to live, So when you take away livelihood of people, you're creating criminals out of decent, law-abiding citizens in Jamaica.
Exactly.
And we see it because of incompetence of leadership. And I rest there for now.
All right. Now we are going to get into now the hotel industry. But before we delve into that, we are going to show in terms of how much the hotel industry, right, is making, right, on a yearly basis, and how they are treating the workers as it relates to, right, how they are paying the workers, the meager salary that they are paying the workers. So when we look and see, right, the revenues that the hotel industry generating and the payout to the worker is slave wage. And so then we have a problem with that, and that is one of the reasons why Jamica is here. So let us get into showing, right, as it relates to the earning capacity, as it relates to the hotel industry, and how the staff has been treated. Let us bring up this document, JIS. Just want to do a brief reading with that.
Please do, please do.
Yes.
It's always good.
Exactly. So let us just look at this. While the hotel industry can brag, right, that record US 4.38 billion earnings from tourism May 1, 2024. And this is what is going to hurt us tonight in terms of, right, the amount of money that the hotel industry, right, is making. But how much of that money, how much of that 4.38 billion, right, for 2024, how much of that is circulating in our economic space? And this is the argument that we are going to be having tonight. And how our brothers and sisters have been treated who have been working in the space. Now, preliminary gross earnings from tourism are estimated at a record 4.38 billion for fiscal year 2023 to 2024, as the sector continues its exponential growth. Staff arrivals are projected at 2.96 million, reflecting a 9.4% increase over the previous period, with a cruise arrival expected to reach 1.34 million, up by 9% from the previous period in 2023. Take it away, honey. I just want to show as it relates to the amount. Let us get into this other clip, right, to show what is going on in the hotel space, right? Another protest by hotel. Let us get into, right, what the workers are experiencing, right? And there you go, right, as we talk about corporate greed, right? Yes. Let us.
Okay. Yeah.
Let us get into. All right, so that is one of the clip. Let us go to a different area, right? Different hotel, right? Having the similar complaint, right? Hospitality workers. Just get that right there. Right, and so we have a totality of let me see how many hotel workers. Right, it's shared.
Yeah, but that one, the volume is a bit low, low, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah. Can't get it any louder.
Mistreatment, bro. They deal with man like a prison man in a. Brother, not even prison so tight. I tell you, not even prison so tight. Brother. You understand? Money, brother, money don't make no sense. Money is the real great problem. If I get money more time, me what look for certain things. Because if I get money, I can buy me food. I'll buy something drink. I have to worry about them. But they not pay me. They not feed you. Sorry, say it always have to feel it, but if we don't do what we have to do, nothing will change. You understand? Brother, then GM most time. Right now, we have our big meeting for a long while. For sure, a new GM come, and no meeting with the staff. No meeting with the staff, whatsoever. You understand? Everybody just come and do what they feel like to do, and then they leave, then somebody else come again. It don't make no sense. So everybody just come and play a bully. Everybody just come with them bully style and bully way up. It don't make no sense, brother. We are not pitney. And in Jamaica, this I can't bully with, brother. Don't feel like I can't bully with. Brother. You know, so when we get angry, brother, when we get cross, we cross, no, man. Not because more time we might cut corners or, you know, I know in a one another.
All right, so we can take it away.
Okay.
Right, because I think they get the message. So we just want to speak to Jamics on this. So Jamics, in totality, we have roughly about 7 hotels, right, have been on strike, which we have the Royalton Negril, Royalton Blue Waters in Trelawney, Iberia Star Resort in Montego Bay, right, Secret Resorts in Montego Bay, Jewel Paradise Cove, Runaway Bay, and by Principal in Runaway Bay. Now the concern at hand, right, in terms of when you hear some of the concerns, right, as it relates to what caused the strike, it's growth, it's despicable. Some of the concerns they talk about 3 months rotation without benefits, right? Another concern, obviously, is the low wage as it relates to, some of them being paid $2 US per hour, right? And no water to drink. Jamites, I know that you're advocating, right, in terms of that, right? You want to tell us, as it relates to your service within the industry, how long have you been into the space, the industry?
Thank you for that question. And before I answer that question, I just want to say this from St. Augustine. He said that hope has 2 beautiful daughters, anger and confidence.
Yes.
So you have to anger at the way things are and be confident enough to see that they don't remain as such. So I have been in the tourism sector for over a decade now, where I started at 19 years old, and I started at Sanders property in Ocherius, which I have enjoyed my time. I have really do appreciate the level of growth and understanding. The best thing about my experience was the staff
What
members.
year you specifically started? I want to hear the specific year.
2013.
2013, okay. As I said, that decade. Okay,
Decade.
go ahead. Yeah.
Over a decade. So yeah, starting there, as soon as I got there, my main goal was to become a butler or a manager. And I said that was my 3 years goal. And I look at it and I said, all that is needed for me to reach my goal, I will be doing it. And legal and ethical, I say, you know what, let me pursue. And I remember when the chance came for me to become a butler. My son was just born then, and I was moved from a bartender to a cabana butler. Thank you for allowing me the time just to build up the story a bit.
Yes.
I want people to understand the passion that I speak with and I believe with. So my son had just born then, and I was doing training. So I was moving from the cabana to go over. So I started at 9 a.m. in the morning time, work until 5 p.m. And then I changed for 6 o'clock and work up until 10, 11 o'clock, training just to get the job as a butler. And there are days when I used to fall asleep on the cart, because I know that there's the saying that if you want good, your nose have a run. I was determined on reaching my goal. And ironically, the time when I should do the interview, I was told that not the ideal person for a butler. And this was this was after everybody saying, yes, Michael, it is your time. And I believe that it was my time, because it was right in the 3-year period. And I remember my first butler partner, she came from Grenada. She was leaving Jamaica to go to Barbados. I always admire her. Phenomenal butler, the best butler I've ever seen. And she said to me that God timing is the best timing. At that point in time, I could not understand it, because all I was seeing that I should have been getting my chance, and other people who have trained for only 6 weeks has gotten a chance, which I've been training for almost a year for, and they overlooked me, because I'm always the one. If you disrespect me, I will tell you, no, don't do that. And I won't disrespect you. I will speak to you properly. And this was something that managers didn't like. Anyways, I remember how I became a butler after being turned down. There was a 2-day training that we had. The butler director had stood up and spoke, and she said she don't want nobody to tell her that they weren't ready. You're a butler, you're a professional, you should always be on show. So I went home. It was a 2-day training. The first day I went home and I read about failure, and I studied about failure, and I went back the second day and to tell her thank you for saying that. Stood up. That time I was a very shy person. I never liked talking. And I stood up and I told her, thank you for telling me that I wasn't ready. It caused me to go home and to analyze and to say, when the next time come, I will grab my chance with both hands, right? And that's how I end up became a butler. And fast forward 1 year after, I'm taking care of the CEO of Sanders. And I remember when my partner came back from Barbados, and she taught me a lot. She not just taught me the inner workings of being a butler, she taught me how to be a human being. So this is the passion and love that I'm coming from, and the detail aspect of learning the job. And I've learned so much. And what I've seen that the tourism industry has been doing for years has been exploiting our people. And I've compiled a list of basic human rights, because I'm sure the list that I show you, they're not anything that will break any bank or break any company. These are basic human rights when we talk about adequate pay, right? We're working in a space. The tourism workers are working in a space $2 to $4 per hour. That is disgraceful. It is disrespectful to the Jamaican people, and I believe that is something that should not continue, right? And you look at the hierarchy positions within the tourism sectors, it's normally led by non-Jamaicans. And I find it very ironic that Jamaicans who are this vanguard, are this so good at customer service, excellent as customer service, they cannot lead within their specific management role. And that is a crying shame. We're seeing this a lot. When you look at, you spoke about the bottled water. There are people, imagine that we're living in a tropical country, right? And then your team members are not being rehydrated. These are things that are health risk. Yeah, these are things that dehydration is a thing, and there's no mechanism put in place so that the staff can be rehydrated, whether it be a cooling station or something. We don't see that. These are basic human rights, right? And let me have this disclaimer. I am not against any hotelier or any investor. I'm about saying that we must have a symbiotic relationship in terms of how development is happening. We must have sustainable development where the staff are being treated properly and the company able to grow properly. And if you look at how the tourism sector is, the team members who are the biggest marketer of the product that they represent, the hotel and the product of Jamaica, we're experiencing now a utopia where the culture is locked out of the tourism sector, and you cannot have the people and not have the culture. This is like slavery all over again. You're ripping off the Jamaican people, and we're saying that we need to have a sustainable way. When you look at the space that these tourist destinations are in, they're in a deplorable condition. In and around, you can check it for yourself. If you check where Royalton is, Rio is excellent. The adjoining communities, they're impoverished communities. It shows you that the tourism is not moving in to the communities. When you're looking at $4.38 billion US, not Jamaican, billion with a B US, right? And this is not going to the Jamaican people. I heard you read the statistic, but the shocking the shocking part of the statistic is 80% of that tourism earning is going back to the investors.
Exactly.
Yeah, approximately that, and that is not good. So just simple in layman terms, the Jamaican people are getting crumbs. And this is the reason why you see the people outside protesting. So I was highlighted, I would say, because I had said to the Jamaican people, to the staff members, that it's not just pay that you're fighting for, or you should be standing up for. You should be standing up for basic human rights. And I send a list to them and say, this is what you should be fighting for. At this point in time, when the first strike happened, Mystic, I was on break. So I saw the protest on my phone, somebody's status, and I saw the other protests on TikTok. And I was held accountable for this, to say that I'm an instigator. They didn't say it up front, right, to say that, but I got a paper, immediate termination, right, to say that they will say that unsatisfactory performance in the probationary period. And I'm saying to the HR manager, explain to me this unsatisfactory probation period. What have I done to say that it's against the company's policy, or what did I not do enough of? Because previously to that point, I did an evaluation and I was recommended for a promotion, right? And then all of a sudden that is the case. But I must say the thing, after I sent the document to the team member, I came to a meeting, right, with the managers, the team members, the CEOs, and the corporate. And I stood up and I explained what I have on the document to say that it is not anything hard. I'm not asking for the company to break the bank. I'm saying that the company just need to respect the team members, because it's not the managers that bring the guests to the resort. It's the team members. The team members, the guests come back to see each team member, not the managers. And I'm saying, how ironic is it that you treat your main asset so poorly, right? And when you look at it, the biggest resource of a company, it's its people,
Human resource, yeah.
right? And when you look, you're not able to retain your staff. That
Jamaica,
means that company in problem. Go
hold
ahead.
up there, because I want to ask some question, and I want for you to bring us through the experience. I want to use your eyes, right? So that several workers can look through your eyes. Now, the question that I'm going to ask you now, the HR mechanism as it relates to, what you had experienced and so many issues, that workers may be having from time to time. We know that, in definition as it relates to HR, the responsibility of the HR is supposed to be a mediator between the staff and managers, right? And where they can appease in terms of making sure that, as we talk about human rights situation, right, being measured in a way fairly. Now, I want you to tell us through your lens, right? Have you seen the HR mechanism, right, where you are concerned is working in alignment, right, to appease workers in a satisfactory way?
With a straight answer, unfortunately, no. And the thing is, what HR should be balancing, I think you leave out the hotel. So the HR should be managing the policies of the hotel, ensure that it aligns with the team members in a sustainable way, where the team members' basic human rights are not being infringed upon. But what I see that HR is doing is more like a people keeping the count, right? So it is just tell you how much number. They don't care about the people that they serve. They just know that these people come to work. They are going to now check the number of hours that they work, ensure who they pay, who they shouldn't pay. But in terms of the staff needs, they don't adhere to that. And this is a problem, and this also leave room for exploitation, right? Exploitation in the terms of overtime, right? So overtime are not being paid, and they say it just so casually. And I understand the complexity of the tourism sector with overtime, because most of the time a man will feel like through pride they will have to, finish their job, which I respect. So what can be put in place now to ensure that you value that team member? You have linkages, you have contracts with tour companies. Give the team members the right to experience these experiences so that they can sell it to the guests, and know that you have positive growth for both the team member and the hotel. These type of innovative practices are not being displayed within the tourism sectors to give a little bit of right and dignity to the people, right? And these are the things that HR should be doing, and they're not doing it. So therefore, I see that HR is not looking out for the benefits of the staff.
Okay, stop there. Let me ask you another question, right? In terms of your mission, right? And you had established that HR is not working for the people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, your advocacy today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen her moving towards an objective to have a collective approach in terms of that education to say, okay, let us find a union to protect workers in a general way? That's the question that I want to ask you as it relates to your mission, your objective, in terms of achieving to change the status quo of all the hotel industry treating staff. What is your drive in terms of, okay, we need an umbrella protection? In your mission, are you thinking about, informing, educating those workers? Use some medium, and I'm going to help you maybe with some medium. Use some medium, right, in terms of try to be unionized. Is that the objective that you're driving?
All right, thank you for that question. And eventually, what I believe that a conversation need to be had, right? And let me tell you from the perspective from me to say that you have the power, HR have the power by a pen or by typing to take away somebody's livelihood without having any explanation, and which they have done in my case without explaining to me, right, that you can take away my rights to say that I unsatisfactory probation period, and you don't have no explanation, and words uttered from HR to say they don't hold me any obligation. And I believe that was rude, and I believe that that's not the way how you treat your Jamaican people. And I believe that I should be the last person to suffer something like this. And how can we ensure that this doesn't go on? By spreading awareness and also having people educated about their rights, and eventually having a group come together to preserve and protect the rights of Jamaicans. Again, let me make it abundantly clear, not seeking to be an enemy of the hotel system. I'm just saying that the Jamaican people rights must be protected and preserved. And I will stand as a servant to say I place myself in the hands of the Jamaican people to be a servant of them.
Okay.
Let me just say something, Aaron. Because there are labor laws that protect a worker. So seeing that they have done that, have you looked into the labor laws to see what is there to protect you and what you can use, so that you can hold them accountable for what they've done to you? Because HR is there, yes, to enforce the policies of the company, but they're also there to make sure that the labor laws that protect the workers are also adhered to.
Nice. Thank you for that question. That's a very important question. Whilst there are things put in place to protect the rights of Jamaicans, not enough, I would say. And that will be the responsibility of a union to now force these legislation to be put in place that we can preserve the rights of Jamaicans. And before we can actually do anything like this, the Jamaican people must be educated of their rights. And once we are able to educate enough people, then we are able to move forward with this initiative. As I said before, I should be the last person that is a casualty of this type of situation, and it should not move. It should not go on. Why should it continue? And that is how I look at it. And with everything in me, my last breath, that is my goal and my I choose to accomplish.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Seeing that this has happened to you where they have let you go, there are other hotels that are, it seems like it's a sporadic thing where the one hotel strike this day, another strike another day. Since you're in a position now where you're not really accountable to any hotel and you have an idea of what is going on, you said you made a list, try to empower the people to say, these are what you should be fighting for. Can you find a way to get through to all the other hotels, try to empower all the workers, canvass people, and then do an all-out thing, which would be more effective than being sporadic?
Makes total sense. Civic.
Totally.
civic reclamation is important, and when people come out and protest, it's not just protest to say more pay. It's protest because they have their rights as human beings, and there are a lot of their rights are being infringed upon, right?
Yeah.
And it is going to take a process, as I said, being educating people, because I will come out here and speak on the behalf of many Jamaicans in the tourism sector. However, they will still be against me. Oh, ironic, man. They will still be against me because they don't understand. They have been exploited for so long that they don't realize that they actually have rights. And this is going to take great effort, not an effort just by me, right? It's going to take a team to put things into place, and we have to ensure that we strategically plan this and do it properly, so it be in a way where the tourist investors and the team members can have a symbiotic relationship how they move forward. Because yes, tourism brings in the most foreign income earning, but we want to ask who does that money goes to. And we have to look also that we have to respect our diaspora members, because remittance is actually the one driving our economy. Over $3.6 billion US that goes directly into the economy. And oh, ironic, when the tourist comes here, we are putting on a show for them, drums and dancing and music. And when our family comes back from the diaspora, unfortunately, we are harassing them. And these things have to change. And we have to ensure that the people in the tourism sector have a voice, and the voice is being heard respectfully. So we want the hoteliers to come to the table and let us teach them, or to remind them that the workers in the tourism sector is the most important resource they ever have.
But the way in which things are going right now, because we saw when they had meetings with the powers that be in Jamaica, the workers were ignored. So I think you should just try to find a way to, because it's going to take force. It's going to take force, because they're not going to come to the table willfully, because the workers were ignored when they were out there protesting, and they had meetings with the big wigs, and they didn't really go to listen to what the workers had to say.
100%. As you said, it was they have 1 and 2 protests. You must have a general consensus. You must have a general understanding of what you're doing. And again, that comes through educating the team members. Exactly. So even when we bring educate people of what they're doing, we're now going to the table to negotiate. And if they don't listen to the voice when we're negotiating, then the team members have to take industrial action. But there's a step and a process that we're willing to follow the law and to respect it. And moreover, we just want to ensure that we come to a mutual understanding. And if it takes that the people have to come together and protest, sometimes you have to, the dam have to bust open before you realize that it needs fixing. And that's what it is. Let me tell you, it's not easy on a personal level. It's not easy operating out of a job, right? Trust me, it's not easy operating in Jamaica outside of a job, and to know that this is what you have been doing for years, as I said, for a decade. And you know, when you invested your time in something, this is what you know as a livelihood. And to see that it's just taken away from you, and imagine that happening to many other Jamaicans. Now you're moving positive working citizens to force them to be criminals. And we don't want that in our society. So there must be a mechanism put in place. And as I said, I will be working with a team. I will be patient. I will happily take advice, also contribution, whatever the case may be, because it is for a cause, to say, you know what, we need to put things in place so that we can protect the present needs of our people, and also ensure that we're putting things in place to secure a better future. I know people who have worked in the tourism industry for decades, and after that they don't have a house, they don't have a car, they don't have anything substantial, and these things have to change. The Jamaican people need a way how to see themselves after slaving away at the tourism sector. Because listen to this, for context, a housekeeper will be cleaning these luxurious suites, and when she goes home, she has to pull a zinc to get inside her house, and it is not a sweet when she reach home, it's a bitter. You understand? And then she's coming back to work and expected to smile the biggest she can, even when she cannot pay her bills and she cannot feed her child. I hear a butler telling me that they have to choose which child to send to school. That is the reality of the hotel sector, the tourism sector, which we all love and think that it is prosperous. Yes, it's prosperous for the investors, but the Jamaican people are left aside trying to figure out life each time they go to work. So we are making criminals out of hardworking people, and we are abusing them mentally. Psychologically, the people are depleted before going to work, during work, after work, and this is a continuous cycle. So people are facing PTSD, post-traumatic disorder, whilst they're working. That is a very unhealthy society, our space, our environment. And to hear the Prime Minister saying that it is motivated by political means, and I will say that is as far as from the truth, because let me tell you, let me bring it down personally to say that I support the People's National Party in terms of their ideas and their philosophy. I have never voted. I'm 31 years old, never voted, and I have always been believing that both political parties are the same until I did my independent research. And I see people like Dr. Andre Arton. I see people like Damian Crawford. I see people like Lisa Anna. I see people like Dr. Dayton Campbell getting to learn a little bit more about Comrade Leader Mark Golden. I'm big on my heritage and my culture. What I'm wearing right now, my tailor made it for me, and it is Marcus Garvey color. The green, the gold, the red, and the black star. I'm wearing it because I respect my culture and my heritage, my hair. I remember the HR manager discriminated against my ear to compare it with a nose ring. She was saying that I need to cut my hair, and I said, why? Before I got employment, I said to you that I respect my heritage and culture, and I will be growing my hair. I will be keeping my hair. I'm wondering, why am I judged for what is on my head and not for the intellect that I have inside? And she's going to say, oh, I want to wear my nose ring and I can't do it. And I said, ma'am, that is a very unfair reference, because the nose ring is adding to your body. My ear grows out of my skull, my scalp. So why are you comparing? And this just shows to you HR that's supposed to be protecting and promoting diversity is now discriminating against team members. And we are seeing this a lot. Ironically, Bob Marley is the poster boy who sells all the resorts, and people come here to see Sunshine and Rastaman. You have another question?
Okay, because I want to bring melting
Yes.
pot in space. But before you come in melting spot, because what I'm getting from you, right, is where government fail the people, right, in terms of not having the adequate policies, right, that are not assisting our staff as it relates to certain predicament that they face on the job, like what you are explaining, right? Where the government is not engaging, right, in the space to ensure that, right, our workers, right, being treated fairly. So based on what we are seeing, I am getting that from you as it relates to government missing, the government policies, the government interaction in the space, right, to help our workers is totally missing, and that is so sad, right? That is so shocking. Before I bring melting pot in the space, right, I am going to ask you a question as it relates to two periods where the politics concerned, because you started in the hotel business from 2013, you said? That's correct, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how was the budgetary constraint between 2013 and 2015? I want you to, sort of understand where I'm going, right?
I like the question, and I like the analysis.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah,
you see,
go ahead. What was the budgetary constraint between 2013 to 2015?
All right. In terms of giving specific numbers, I can't say, but what I can tell you about the impact, because what is necessary is the impact. At that point in time, being a butler, think in 2014, 15, no, in 16, I think, right? Coming off the back. Well, tourism was better then, I must say. You had a middle class. People respected tourism workers. Yeah, when you work at a hotel, even before I went to work in the hotel, those people had respect in terms of their uniform was looking sharp. Now people can hardly get uniform. Their uniform was looking sharp. They were getting privileges to go to different hotels to enjoy stuff, getting food items, all of these things. They had those things, right? People had great respect for the tourism workers then. Now, comparing to now, the man who worked on at the Chinaman store, I get as much or even more than the tourism worker, right? So the tourism worker we used to be the middle class, we used to come and spend with the man on the corner. Him if you watching money like hawk, because the money now make no sense anymore. Because guess what? There's inflation. And when you have inflation, you have tourists coming here, which are experiencing inflation in America. So they are not coming and spending loosely again, right? So therefore, the hotel is not paying you enough so that you can sustain yourself and your family. So therefore, you're actually making criminals out of the staff. And how you're making criminals and wrongdoers out of the staff, you have more team members are engaging in sexual activities with the guests just to make money, right? There was a shameful video the other day that a lady, a black American, put out to say that she was at the resort and there was a lot of boys calling to her, age is just a number, all of these things. I'm saying to you, our people are being degraded to being prostitute indirectly, for lack of better term.
Wow.
Right? Before leaving the hotel, there was a case where a young lady was caught with a guest. These are internal stuff that I'm saying, yes, but this is the reality. Before you can fix or dress a wound, you must clean it. So this is the cleaning process to say that these are the things that are happening. So or team members or fellow countrymen and women are degrading to selling either drugs or they're doing indirect prostitution just to survive. So that means that the dignity of the people are being watered down because of the inability of the government to understand that there are mechanism that needs to put in place to preserve the rights of the Jamaican people. And I am ready with more people to teach them this, right? And let me be clear. There are policies that should have been done a long time ago, even under the People's National Party. However, we're in 8 years of this government. You said that you will see the problems and you're going to fix them. This is a part of the problem. And I can say, Mr. Ed Bartlett, with 2 times of having butlered you have failed the Jamaican people when it comes on to tourism. The money is not reaching the Jamaican people. And when you see them coming and protesting, it is not me that tell anyone. I've never told anyone to protest, right? So there are no political representative have ever said to me that I must tell people to protest. So when I hear these things in the space that to say that it is influenced by party, it is downplaying the significance of the people's problem within the tourism sector, and it's coming from being uncaring and not being empathetic and understanding what the people are going through. If you cannot understand your people's problem, then you are failing as a government.
All right. Melting pot, come in this space.
Yes, listening to Jamaica, and the stark revelation as it relates to low wages and, inappropriate treatment being handed out to the workers within the hotel sector. Now, you have to look at the policymaker that have the rights to manage and regulate the hotel sector. They are at fault for all these malpractices that goes on within the hotel sector. So I would like to single out the tourism minister, Ed Bartlett, and the Ministry of Labor. Those two entities are what have been contributing to Jamaican workers within the hotel sector being used as modern-day slave to enrich some huge corporate entity that are based overseas. So we have gone back to, as Jamaica in his opening comments referred to the era of 1838. We are right back there.
Yes.
Modern day slavery has become the norm in Jamaican society because of the capitalist investment that Jamaica seems only able to attract the capitalists them. We need real investors. People who are coming to invest in Jamaica and have the respect given to the Jamaican workers who are the human resource within the industry. You cannot have it just one way, where the investor benefit to the tune of 80% from the turnover and only use 20% to service its human resource. Now that shows a wide disparity amongst workers and employers in terms of what lifestyle is there for them who is not actually participating in the day-to-day work within the hotel sector, but they are living lavishly. And the people that work 9 to 5 and beyond, as Mike said, some of them go and pull a zinc to go into them home. Though, hotel sector, it is a shame and a disgrace to hear that the salary per hour is $2 because that's not been paid to the same chain of business anywhere outside of Jamaica. So right there and then, we have to question the tourism minister, Ed Bartlett, and the Ministry of Labor. And I believe that a sector like the hotelier sector in Jamaica should all be unionized. Should never be on 3-month rolling period contract.
Yes.
Because that takes away the rights of a worker to benefits that they should derive of when they leave, whether by retirement age or, by accident and you have to retire because you can't work. You should have a forthright coming to you in regard of statutory payment being made to you for your service and time that you contribute to the sector.
Yes.
So we cannot have it running like a shantytown environment. Right? And that's what the hotel sector look like in Jamaica, shantytown. Whereas Mike says, people have to be, doing sexual activity just to earn something to put with the meager salary that they've been paid. I've heard of the tips being taken away as a privilege. Now that would have enhanced the salary, the low salary. But this just goes to show the disparity with the employer and the worker. They think that if they keep you poor and poverty and impoverished, you have to come back to the work. But they are looking at a different side of things, they're saying, well, okay, if we give them this as salary and they're making tips because we don't put a cap on the tips, then we might not have them coming back. But I think, they get it wrong. Because if I know that my workplace can provide for me in both ways in terms of salary and tip, because I'm working in an hotel environment that permissive guests to hand out tips to, reward the service and the hospitality that's been handed out to them by the worker from within the hotel sector. And if I know I can benefit from those two aspects of earning, then that's an incentive for me to turn up to work. So it's not about if they pay you a good salary, you're going to leave because you're going to get rich quick. No. So we have to blame the Minister for Tourism, Edmund Bartlett, and we have to blame the Ministry of Labor of not having the right, paperwork in place to protect the workers' rights of Jamaica working in the sector. Because $2 per hour, US, no one in US goes to work for $2 per hour. Not even out on the corner shop, much less within the hotel sector. When you look at the prices for an holiday all-inclusive to Jamaica for just 2 weeks, it's mind-blowing. It is mind-blowing. From the UK, you're talking about anywhere between £2,000 to £2,500 for 2 weeks. One radio host was highlighting it just 2 weeks ago on his program. So we are privy to what the numbers are in terms of what people pay to come to Jamaica to stay in the hotel. And for the hotel worker to be on such a low salary, that is shame on the tourism board and shame on the Ministry of Labor. You're taking back our people into slavery. So it is taking away our independency to work and grow ourselves as individuals and leaving us with no choice but to be a slave. No, this is modern era, 21st century. And I think Jamaica as a prime tourist destination once, not anymore. They have lost that now to places like St. Lucia and Barbados, for sure. But being the prime destination for tourism in the region in the 70s and 80s, it's a shame where they have taken tourism to.
Yeah, Melton, hold on it, because I did a little research and I want to show something and enhance in terms of what Melton Pot is saying. And see, this is a crime shame, right? As it relates to what is happening in Jamaica, as it relates to tourism. And I make sure I use, right, a country in the Caribbean. Now, I selected Cayman, right? And one of the reasons why I did that is to show that Jamaica members of parliament are getting more pay than Cayman members of parliament. I want Jamaica to listen to me. Jamaica members of parliament are getting more pay than Cayman members of parliament. Now, tourism in Jamaica is doing better than tourism in Cayman as it relates to the yearly revenue. However, Cayman is treating their people much better. Now, let me show you the evidence. Now, look at this. We are going to even deal with the situation with tip. But let us bring up this document.
Which one first?
The bottom one. And show Jamaican people how vicious, right, the government is in terms of not protecting our people. So I want to share this document as it relates to my little research. Now remember, right, that our members of parliament are getting more pay than Cayman members of parliament. And here it is, people. As of July 22nd, 2024, the minimum wage in the Cayman Island is $6 per hour for most employees, with the exception of the hospitality and service industries. Remember, you know, Cayman dollar is very powerful, you know, very powerful. Hospitality and service industry, the minimum wage will increase to $7 per hour on July 1st, 2025. The current structure where 25% of minimum wage can be made up by gratuities will be removed. Live-in household domestic special calculations apply. Commission earners special calculation apply. The minimum wage advisory committee MWAC proposed a new minimum wage of $8.75 per hour, which would have been a 50% increase from the current rate. Right now, take that away on me. Let us speak about this. Let us speak about the wickedness, right, that is going on. We have hotels in Jamaica. It's telling the employees, right, no tip policy. Now, let us get into that. Bring up the next document. I want to call out Sandals chain here. No tip policy. They cannot do it, right, in the Caribbean. In other areas outside Jamaica, they cannot do it. Look at these people. Standards Resort in Jamaica have a no-tipping policy for most employees, but there are some exceptions. Butler, tipping butler is not required, but it is encouraged. You can tip in cash or add it to your bill at the end of your stay. Some recommend tipping 20 to 50 per day, depending on how much you use your butler. Now, spa staff, you can tip 20% on the service. Some standards may be moving to a service charge and spa bill that includes a tip. You can tip your guides to show your appreciation. Massage therapist, right? You can tip massage therapists to show your appreciation. Standards Foundation, Standards and Beaches Resort, pool gratuities and donate them to the Standards Foundation. Take that away. Let us get into the art of this thing. Right? My argument is, people, that you have Cayman, right, in comparison to Jamaica tourism industry. Jamaica tourism industry is generating much more money, you understand, than Cayman tourism industry. Jamaican politicians, members of parliament are getting more pay than, right, Cayman members of parliament. Now, just look as it relates to the economy, where I'm going, our economy is not that vibrant because you know that our economy, right, is under pressure, particularly where corruption is concerned. We are under austerity measures and all of them things there. You understand? So I call it an economic shock that we are going through, right, as it relates to us losing $3 trillion. But when you look at the wickedness in comparison to Cayman, right, that Cayman tourism, you understand, is not doing as what Jamaican tourism has been doing. And Cayman, right, it's paying their hotel workers as a see where the increase as it relates to January 1st, 2025 will be increasing to $8.25 and Jamaica is getting $2. Now, this is vicious. This is wicked. This is vicious. This is wicked. And that is one of the reasons why I asked you the question, you know, as it relates to your budgetary constraint between 2013 when you started to 2015 as it relates to the People's National Party administration. However, you have now defined as it relates to that you were able as it relates to 2013 to 2015 to manage yourself much better. Now in as present as we speak, where this Prime Minister, this Andrew Holness administration is talking about, you understand, increasing minimum wage, like it is the biggest thing and no other, you understand, party has ever done that and so forth, as if to say that the 15,000 minimum wage, right, is now getting in terms of giving more benefit, right, to Jamaican citizens as we speak, as it relates to the working class. Where that is a miserable failure as it relates to inflation. Inflation is killing you, as you explained. Now, in terms of what I just said, and this is one of the reasons why Jamaics, right, in terms of there are certain things that I will not talk to you on the air. I would prefer to have that conversation off the air. That's why I am not going into certain areas. Okay. Right? We have that conversation off the air. Right? As it relates to, I will not deal with that. All right. So then I am just giving you the information, Jamaics, as it relates to how other Caribbean, right, are doing. And then Jamaica can't say, okay, we can't use Cayman, you understand, as an example because Cayman economy is better than us. They can't say that because if Cayman economy is better than us, why is it that our politician is getting more pay than Cayman members of parliament? They would have yes. Thank you. So let me allow you this space, melting pot, to finish and then we go to Jamaica.
Right. So what we're looking at now, yeah, we have to have an outcry to this administration to look at the hotel sector and regulate the hotel sector as the wages structure is too low. So you have to use our counterparts within the region. Look at what the same hoteliers who has other hotel within the region, what they are paying in those countries. Because remember, you know, everything in Jamaica is calculated at US currency because that's our trading partner. Your tin of milk, when you look at it and do the vice versa calculation, it add up to what the people are buying a tin of milk for in the United States. Everything is calculated using the US currency. So our worker must be paid in conjunction to what other workers from the same company are getting overseas. It cannot be that you just look at Jamaica as a slave basket and come through to them crumbs, give the people them. That has to stop. Right. You understand? An hotelier like Adam Stewart is a goddamn shame. He is a disgrace. The government is a disgrace. Edmund Bartlett is a disgrace. And the Ministry of Labor in Jamaica is a disgrace to the workers in Jamaica. So what I am calling for from the hotelier workers is a concerted effort where you select a few days out of the week when every worker is on strike from all the hotel.
Amen. Lock it down.
If you cannot have this in place, you'll never get anywhere. You have to cripple the sector to the point where it's come to a halt.
hurting their profit.
Because they can't
Hurting their profit and hurting their image
profit.
rights.
And hurting their profit. Let me just jump in quickly before him Jamaica's come in, and sorry to cut in melting pot.
No man, right, Byron.
The Jamaican people, right, need to understand the fight. You understand, in terms of getting, you understand, better treatment. And if every single hotel worker, right, across the length and breadth of Jamaica, decide that, okay, we are going to halt our labor, they have to bow.
They have to bow.
They must understand that they are the backbone of the hotel industry.
Right?
They
They
have
must understand how important they are.
And what we need is social media, you understand, to rally around Jamaics, you understand, spreading the message and make sure that we beat the drum, you understand, in telling the hotel workers. We are telling them that if you want better, right, to be done, if you want to see your generation, right, moving in a progressive way, pockets of the corporate thugs. Because when you, right, unite amongst yourself and decide that, look here, we need better and we need a voice at the table to speak for us and defend us. What the hotel workers need, right? They need unions to protect them.
Exactly.
Unions, you understand? So even the government, right, is not, we know that the government is hypocrite, particularly this government. You understand? Because of course, right, these hotel workers, you understand? Some of them, not hotel workers, some of the hoteliers, these hoteliers back the political campaign. So then they look left as if they don't understand what is happening in terms of the tourism sector, and that the people are treated equally like slaves. You understand? They need to recognize that. And so then, guess what? When the hotel strike, let me teach some things here. When you have persons who are working at the restaurants, who are working at the bar, or who are working at wherever, or working at the pool or whatever, if every one of them strike and stay out, right? The hoteliers, they can't just come on, they can't just go on the road and just find somebody and tell them to go and serve drinks. You understand? You have to know the level of what they call it, mixology. Mixology. They have to, you understand? So it's a training process. And so then while they have that, it's just that they need to understand the strength, you understand, that they have. And the only thing that they need to do is to unite.
Just unite.
The thing that they need to do is to unite. Now you have Jamaics, you understand, being booted out of the tourism industry. If we can get it together, right, get a union in space, right, and the workers unite. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the plantation slave and the house. You understand? One time the plantation slave will plant anything. You understand? They look at house slave. You understand? Go tell Buckle Master. Say the plantation slave. You understand? Because them things are more important, because they're inside of your house. You understand? I say, so the sort of plantation slave and house slave mentality that is in the hotel, right? All hotel workers need to understand that Jamaica is fighting for a cause. And Mystic Sensation ready at a platform, ready to stay behind. You understand?
I am ready to, offer whatever support I can, because
look here.
Jamaica has brought something that is very fundamental to changing the corruption within the hotel sector.
Jamaica
it's a corrupted environment.
Exactly. Jamaica alone, you understand, cannot accomplish the mission. Jamaics need help like social media platform to spread the message. You understand? Beat the drum to educate those hotel workers that they need to come together.
Yes. They have to
come together as one and understand the mission that it is going to better. And that's why I did the research. You see what Cayman, as it relates to Cayman tourism, and what Cayman government ensure to do in terms of formulating policies to make sure that the workers have been supported and the workers treated fairly. You understand? You understand what I'm saying? You know how much for a Cayman dollar as it relates to a Jamaican dollar, right? It's over 100 and hard. And just imagine with the power of the Cayman dollar, the Cayman government ensuring, you understand, as it relates to lobby on behalf of the workers. Now the workers will be getting $8.25. You understand?
75.
Coming January.
75 cents. $8.75.
$8.75 coming January. And you're talking about just looking at Jamaica and where Jamaica tourism industry is doing better than Cayman. Jamaica members of parliament are getting much better pay. What are we paying them for? I am just getting upset. Why are we paying them? The prime minister talk about 200 and 300% raise. You can get better performance. And this is what the people are getting. I am upset. This is what the people are getting. This is the sort of representation. No one dare to protect our workers. No one dare to protect the hotel workers. The Holness administration said, okay, leave them, make the plantation master, you understand, suffer them. And that is what I'm saying.
But remember, that is not a matter of saying leave them, because remember, the hoteliers just can't come in Jamaica and plant an hotel. They have to come in the government.
Exactly.
They have to make policies. They have to get permits. And they have to sit with someone in government to say, okay, these are the policies that we want implemented to protect the workers. But our government don't care about the people, because if they care about the people, when they are going into these contractual agreements with these hoteliers, they would have put mechanism in place to make sure that the Jamaican people are cared for and taken care of. But the hoteliers are given free rein because the politicians get kickbacks.
Political kickbacks.
That's the whole point of it. That's the whole point of it. But what we are doing here tonight, you know, this is the beginning of the revolution within the hotel sector. And we have a great pioneer advocacy here in front of us, Jamica, because, I mean, he's 10 years in the sector. Just listening to his presentation of what he learned and his own skill set within the hotelier sector. He's a champion for the hotel sector. And workers within the hotel sector should see him as a pioneer going forward to revolutionize the hotel sector, whereas hotelier worker will be rewarded for the service and not rewarded as slave.
Thank you.
All right.
We have to make that changes.
All right, Jamica.
Always start with one person.
Lend your voice again, because I'm here to tell you that Mystic Sensation is 110% behind you. You understand, in terms of disseminating this information and encouraging and endorsing that all hotel workers need to get together and galvanize. But as I said, Jamica, me and you will talk about strategy right after here. Yes, go ahead, Mike.
I've listened to you guys, and I must say thank you ever so much for your passion, your care, your understanding. Sorry, and your love and the time that you take out to do strategic research so that you can bring context to the conversation and show the relating factors so that the Jamaican people can have a better understanding. Harriet Tubman said, I freed thousands of slaves, and I could have freed thousands more only if they knew that they were slaves. And I'm saying to you, it's the hardest thing in life to say to people, you deserve more, and they understand based on the continuous exploitation that they have been through, and no care and understanding from those who are government and set policies and legislations in place that is not protecting the rights of the Jamaican people. It is hard, but let me tell you, anything hard, it is worth fighting for. And with the help of God and with the help of good people like you and many others out there, as you hear my voice to say people in the tourism sector, I understand you. I understand the situation. the hoteliers, I understand that you need to make money. However, you must care about the most important resources of your business, and that is the people. And symbiotically, it's imperative that you do. And if it is going to be growth, it cannot be growth for just you alone. The people who plays the major part must have a slice of the cake, not the crumb of the cake. We deserve more than that. And I am here as a force alongside many others who will say that we are fighting, we're battling for the rights of Jamaican people. And there's no way you can come in our country and treat us the way how you choose to. Yes, we don't have much protection from our leader, not leader, let me not say leader, the government, because leadership is different from politicians who set in place, So when we see our politicians, no labor law that will protect the people. The minister of tourism is more about the PR rather than what the Jamaican people are enduring, and that is a crying shame. I saw that he got award the other day, on National Heroes Day. Award for what? So we're seeing in Jamaica. We're seeing
Award
in
for growing his jaw bigger.
more food in I'm jaw.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, we're seeing a situation in Jamaica where ignorance is being rewarded and hard work is being shunned. And we cannot have that type of situation where we have top heavy and bottom light. It'll go more
It can't
contract.
hold up
And
the structure. If
there
the
you go.
bottom is light, the structure cannot be held up,
It's
It
going to
must come
fall.
crumbling down.
There you go. And where you're seeing that there are many overseas programs that are there to recruit these hungry team members, because these team members working in the hotel system, they're hungry. It's the main fact, it's the truth. Canada want them, America want them, England want them, the rest of the Caribbean want them. I hear you make reference to Cayman, and I saw somebody put in the comment section say Cayman don't support all inclusive.
And
Right?
Rocket, you.
All that. But let me tell you about Barbados, Antigua, Turks and Caicos. And I will bring more in-depth information in due time. But there are crazy things that our Jamaican people have to be enduring, both here locally and in the Caribbean, just to make a dollar. And it is wrong. If it is wrong, don't do it. If it is wrong, find ways how to stop it. And I'm saying to Jamaican people, I'm appealing to them to say that you're worth more than what you're getting. You deserve more than that what you're dished out. You're not supposed to be comfortable with a fishbone. Because them like this term, better than nothing. No! It's not a term of better than nothing. You're supposed to not live life just to barely survive. You must live life to live. Yeah? Not to just survive. Imagine you have 7 days out of a week, right? 7 days. And you're required to work 5 days. 5 days. And sometimes 6 days. And then you use that 1 day to spend time with your family.
Run your
do
errands.
your business errands, to rest yourself, to think about recreational activities like going to the dance, the party, go beach, the pool, relax, whatever the case may be, in 1 day. And then you're expected to do the same amount of work that you're in 5 days.
But the
This
same
is what caused
mentality.
same low pay, so same disrespect. You're not a good uniform to wear. You understand? And you are expected to go out. You're not to mention you don't have the products to give the guests. This is the reality where you don't have the resources, the basic resources to give the guests. Unfortunately, is a common term that I have used and many others have used in the tourism sector to the guests. when they're asking for basic items which their money, what they paid, should already cover, right? As simple as a sugar packet, yeah? As simple as a wash rag, you have to be telling the guests. Unfortunately, we don't have. This is now putting the company's negligence, right, and inability to provide the material and the team member, plus their own stress. So you put on the company stress on the team member, plus the team members' life stress. So the people are enduring psychological abuse. And there's nobody looking at these things. So what you're seeing on a rise in the tourism sector, you have more people smoking, drinking, and gambling, because this is no PTSD, post-traumatic disorders.
Yes.
So when they have to find a space to release it. So when you look at these hotel places, you have a one corner shop or such, fill up with the tourism worker, because them home is so uncomfortable. Them are looking at them pitney face, the pitney hungry, them hungry, and they feel hard to leave to go leave the bar where them can get a little laugh or smoke something, feel high, drink something. The devil soup. Yeah, the devil soup. And people, yes, sorry.
I want to ask a question, you know. Can any worker within the hotel sector go abroad for holiday from the earnings?
You will find some that will be fortunate because they have family members, right? And let me be clear. As a butler, as I said, back then, you could earn good. And I took vacation to go to Trinidad. Trinidad is my second home. I've only been there once, but I can say it's my second home in terms of how my friend and his family treat me whilst I was there. They treat me like a family member. When he was here when my son was born, and I went over there and his daughter born at the same time. So that type of relationship we must have in the Caribbean to make it better.
Yes.
But I'm saying that there are some people that would be fortunately to go because they have family members. But if you're
no, but I don't even want to extend it to the family member. I'm just thinking as a worker, because people who come to Jamaica, most of them, you know, are people who work.
Yes.
Have their daily job, and when they get the leave, they book the holiday and come to Jamaica.
Most of them come here on credit card. I remember over 8 years.
Yeah, but they still find a way through because of their job to pay about the credit card bill. But yes, Jamaican workers cannot have this type of lifestyle. It's like when you get your leave, it's just the same day-to-day activity you do.
Yes.
You don't go anywhere to unwind and relax and come back fresh to your job. Because the wages does not permit Jamaican workers to have experience outside of the country. And because of low wages in Jamaica, that is why Jamaican cannot get visa to go abroad. Because the outer world country know that, okay, these people are not being properly paid. So if we give them a chance to come here, they're going to run off and hide in our country because they don't have nothing going back home to. Exactly. But if they know that they have good job, well-paid job back home, Jamaican will easily get visa.
Sure. But the thing is, you know, Uncle, it's not just for getting visas to go to these big countries. There are a lot of Jamaicans are running from immigration in these small Caribbean countries, working in the tourism sector. So this is the type of society that is cultivated from uncaring. So we have made criminals of our Jamaican hardworking people, both here and in the diaspora and in the Caribbean, because of unfavorable working condition.
Yes.
You don't have nobody. Go ahead.
But Jamaica, I'm sorry to cut in here. The obvious problem that we have, right, is our government failure. It is the government responsibility, right, that needs to pass the appropriate policies in terms of protecting its people, right? Particularly now as it relates to the tourism industry, right? There's the Minister of Labor, right, should be responsible enough in terms of, you understand, making sure that there are policies to protect our people, right?
Yeah.
Now, there you have, in terms of the comparison that I made, Cayman, right? Tourism industry is not doing as we are doing in Jamaica in terms of the amount of revenues that made by the tourism sector. You have seen it there where I showed you $4.something billion, right? As it relates to 2023, 2024, right? Jamaica politicians are getting more money, right, than Cayman members of parliament. So then when I use that comparison, they cannot say that I cannot use that comparison because Cayman economy is better, right? While, you understand, that is the fact that the Cayman economy is better. What I am telling the members of parliament, that how you have Cayman utilizing a better economy, but yet you ask you're giving your members of parliament 200 and 300% raise within the space of a fragile economy, telling you that the economy cannot manage the burden of the 200 and 300% raise as we speak, right? And so then, as it relates to the sort of gutter politics being utilized, where you have these hoteliers, you understand, backing this government, you understand, because of the benefits that they are getting, the tax breaks that they are getting. They have been allowed to abuse our people, right? And as such, they love this administration, right? Now, what Puppy Jar is doing? What Puppy Jar is doing? Puppy Jar is only making sure that, okay, he can put up that, okay, the tourism industry make this and make that, while our people are suffering.
I like that one, Puppy Jar.
No, Puppy Jar is one of the richest GLP member of parliament, you know.
Yeah,
Not the richest, but one of the richest. Puppy Jar.
Yeah.
Don't take him simple.
But what's this like? My wife made a fundamental point in. My wife said earlier that these hoteliers who are coming into the space of Jamaica to do business, right? They sit with the government.
They do.
They sit with the government.
So right, what she said.
And so then it simply means that the government is to legislate on behalf of the people of Jamaica.
And in their contractual agreement that they
Right.
have with them for the hotel.
And so then within the contractual agreement that they have with the hotel, you have to make sure that emphasis placed, you understand, and making sure our workers are protected. Look in Cayman. Cayman government ensure
Yes.
hoteliers treat their people with respect and offer them good wages. I have shown the evidence, you know, so nobody can say a lie, me I tell you. You understand? I have shown the evidence where, you understand, government policy is ensuring that hotel workers, right, coming January 1st, right, will be paid $8.75. How much our hoteliers in Jamaica, our workless hoteliers them in Jamaica, paying our staff, paying our people. How much they are paying our people? How much they are paying our people? Couple with that. The $4.8 billion, you understand, that the hotel industry making. How much of that money is circulating in Jamaica economy? Let me tell you something. Where the government get this wrong? I heard Jamaica spoke earlier about the small businesses, them, you know. Remember that the small business, you understand, the owners, they are from Jamaica, they have business in Jamaica, you understand, and their money stays in Jamaica. So the small businesses, you understand, are creating more impact in a positive way where the economy is concerned. than the hotelier, you know. So when time they are
Yeah,
bragging
because the small business cater for the local economy.
exactly. So when they are bragging, when this administration is bragging, oh, tourism is this and tourism is that, you understand? This sector is killing our people, is sucking our people dry. Now, let me tell you something. When we talk about this sort of all-inclusive mentality, because what this all-inclusive mentality means in Jamaica, in terms of my understanding, they are dealing with exclusion. They are dealing with exclusion. Because you tell me now, look, let me give a perfect example of this. We have our craft people, right? Our craft vendors, right, who are operating in the space, right? Now, when the hotel run all-inclusive, and so then for the craft vendors, you understand, who are operating, right, as such, what could have happened in terms of we have the guests going outside and buying from our craft vendors. The hotels themselves are selling the craft, the very craft. They're selling the Bob Marley t-shirt. They are running competition with those people.
But of inferior quality.
But you know that trade should have been taken away from the hoteliers, you know.
Exactly.
It should not be
It should have never been incorporated in their all-inclusive package.
What's the second? What Nigel Clark had done the other day, right? When Nigel Clark remove the duty on green produce, right? It's a move to kill our farmers.
Definitely.
The sector. Because watch this now. Can our farmers compete, you understand, with them bringing in, you understand, all the green produce, you understand, they're not paying any tax. The government lose revenue, that's up. The government had lost revenue right there. And watch this now. When you look, the same members of parliament friend them. You understand, they bring in the green produce. Now the hoteliers, let me touch the hoteliers now. The hoteliers, there should be policy where it forces all the hotels in Jamaica to buy from our local farmers.
Exactly. There should be a quota that have to take at least 30% of the farm produce.
You understand what I'm saying? So our farmers cannot compete. Right? And we have some serious problems. So what is affecting, you understand, us in Jamaica, right? And quite a protracted period, right? The fact that our government paid us miserably.
Miserable, yeah.
Because these hotel workers, it is not like they can come and just break laws in our country. It is not like they can come and just break laws in our country, you know. You understand what I'm saying? They sit down with the government, right, on whatever contractual agreement. But this is why we said the PSOJ is a big hypocrite.
Can I put this context and into
yes.
sorry,
no, come in, Jamica.
Just to put it in layman terms and bring a little bit of, I like to bring analogy into it so it can be relatable.
Yeah, man, come in.
So by allowing the investors to come in Jamaica and take advantage of the people of the country, it is simple saying that you have your house and you make neighbor or somebody from wherever come at your house able to eat your food, put up them food on the sofa, order your kids around, beat them, treat them bad, and walk all over them. That is simple what is happening in the tourism sector, where the investors are able to come in, don't care about the basic human rights of getting a bottled water to ensure that the team member is hydrated. Is not saying that he's ensuring that they get adequate rest so that they can perform their duties effectively, not ensuring that they get sufficient uniform so that they can first look presentable so that they can do their job effectively. It is simple saying that if your child choose to have their locks to represent their heritage and their culture, then they can come and tell them, I don't like that, so take it off. And then they have to adhere to that just to feed themselves. and the feed not able to sufficiently feed them because you have to eat to survive rather than to eat to to get the nutrients. So people are eating less than what the nutrients require them to have. And what we're seeing that is rising in the hotel space is non-communicable diseases that these people are able to contract after a long period of time. Over time, so much stress, they are able to get heart attacks, they're able to get lot of pressures, they're able to get cancer because they're exposed to certain things in terms of their food and eating habits. So these are the type of things that we're seeing in the space. We're seeing where team members are having gastroenteritis a lot because sometimes you can't stop to get your food and to eat and to digest properly. So these are the things, and we're putting into context that you allow a stranger to come inside your house to treat your child.
But let me just say something in regard to that.
Yes, go ahead, Melting Pot.
It's not these people coming into Jamaica's hotelier to conduct business is the problem. It's our same local official, the Ministry of Labor and the Tourism Minister. That's where the problem lies. These people from overseas cannot come and dictate terms in our country. It's a kickback policy that they are using. They sell Jamaican for nothing in order to make the vast amount of wealth. This is why Lollipop Jah is one of the richest member of parliament in Jamaica. I'm telling you for a fact.
True.
Because we know how him things stay. Don't take him simple. Because what he has done, he has sold out the hotelier sector to the investors from overseas. That's why the beaches now, they can come and grab our beaches as part of the hotel sector. Previously, the beach never have any affiliation with the hotel in terms of management, having full control 100% of the beach them. Because the hotel were built along the coastline. You understand? So what we have here is corrupted government personnel serving under this non-ethical Jamaica Labour Party government that has no moral concept and decency for the citizens in Jamaica. So what we are asking now is for our citizens who are working under these extreme conditions to have a one accord voice and action in plan to bring down this establishment. Because Lollipop Jah, the Minister of Labour, Adam Stewart, and all these hoteliers, they cannot replace the workers them willy-nilly as people within the sector might think, oh, I'm not risking my job. You have to stand up for something or else you'll fall for nothing.
Exactly, my brother.
So the onus is on the Jamaican workers.
Yes.
To hell with the government. If the workers mobilize themselves to the extent where they are now, one voice, one action group, working for the same aim and objectivity, then the tourism sector will have to clean up its act.
Melting Pot, let them know, Melting Pot and Jamaica, make them know tonight.
Yes.
That PSOJ, neo-colonialist, capitalist, don't have any control or power over us. And let us tell them why.
Thank you.
We are the electorate. We are the ones who can change a government.
Yes.
PSOJ is small in number. Right? And so then when Jamaica said, listen me, we're not in the curry goat politics. We're not in the Roman, the Roman, what do you call it, Roman boom?
Roman boom.
Roman boom and jump.
We are a nation building.
A piece of Roscoe.
And Roscoe. We're not in the Roman boom, right? We're not in the Roscoe, right? We are talking about policies, right, that will build our nation. The tourism industry, right? I am telling the Jamaican people in terms of what they are using our resources, right? Make great capital injection from that. But yet, the bulk of the money is not stayed or circulating in the economy. That makes sense to me.
True.
We in the diaspora have to fight the cause with the hotel worker.
Thank you.
We have to galvanize ourselves and say, listen, we are going to hold back on remittance.
Yes.
Make it now becomes a political mandate. Make this issue becomes an issue on the ballot.
Thank you.
Let us use this and fight the politics at the end of the day. Put this on the ballot that politicians need to understand that, look, this needs to change.
Preserve the rights of the people.
When we see that the Cayman tourism industry not doing as good as what we are doing, you understand? Our destination, tourists travel to our space more than Cayman.
Yes.
Right? So our traffic is heavier than Cayman. And so then if our traffic is heavier than Cayman, who you look for under the $2 boy?
Yes.
Who you look for under the $2?
Road.
Road. I'm going to tell everyone about this, say you're rude or out of order. You understand? For the treat the Jamaican people. Me now blame nobody else but Edmund Bartlett and Andrew Holness. And let me the blame.
And the Minister of Labour.
And Colonel Charles as the Minister of Labour. You have
Colonel Charles.
You have failed Jamaican people.
Them three them I blame. You understand? Make the comparison of the Caribbean. Because you now have to make the comparison, you know, because guess what? You believe, say, you need to add up in terms of the 200 and 300% raise, you know. So show you why you do, why we need to pay you 200 and 300% raise. Come talk to me now, government. More you come talk to me now. Tell the Jamaican people, why we need to pay you 200 and 300% raise. Right?
Mr. Buchanan, I believe that he has exhausted his time to tell the Jamaican people. We see that he don't earn it, and we said no more time for him. And I really want to ask if there cannot be a no confidence motion moved against him, like what happened with the president in France.
No, it's not going to happen.
Not even the president in France. The Prime Minister Boris Johnson in the UK.
Yeah, it is written in the Constitution that we can have no confidence, you understand, against him. That is in the Constitution. But Jamaicans, remember, all of them are criminal. You think they are going to do it?
And he has the number.
He has 49.
He has 49.
You understand? They are not going to do it.
Control the Senate. Him control most of the Senate, the upper and the lower house.
Remember, say 8 of them. You understand? As it relates to illicit enrichment. Only 8 more. Right? May I tell you some more today?
More today.
You understand?
It's not hard to believe.
Exactly.
Well, let me say something. Before you even go any further, Byron. To my personal knowledge, is the whole entire 49 of them.
It's
the whole entire 49 of them.
Yeah.
I don't see any one of them from the Jamaica Labour Party that has any credibility in my eyes to tell me that no, that one is different from the rest. No. They're all the same bunch of no good politicians.
You're right. But
you understand? Greed and blood has taken over their own operation on a day-to-day functional basis.
Yes.
And this is why the government tried to indoctrinate a thing where military becomes the order of the day. He tried to push the Jamaica constabulary aside. That's why I'm changing the police outlook from red seam and blue seam to blue denim. Now, when you have a police unit that comes in an all-in-one color code. It is nothing different from the army. It's just the green and the blue that separate them. Policeman supposed to wear stripe and epaulets. Not what we see. And when I'm doing put the Jamaica flag. People need to have a full awareness and understanding of how Andrew Holness is trying to change the Jamaican society and the landscape, and how Jamaica has been policed, not anymore by Jamaica constabulary force, men and women, but by a military conceptualized idea.
Exactly.
That's why I went to Israel, you know. That's why I went to Israel. He went there for the blueprint.
All right.
Nothing to do with trade.
All right. Now, sorry that like, because you're going on. We want to just narrow down the passion. We want to burn. You understand the government as it relates to the hotel workers. You understand? So we want to just make sure so we are target that. Now, you were done that said like and Jamaica. Mystic Sensation, the traffic may be heavier within the hotel. However, they are not out on the street with the Jamaican Republic. Unlike in Cayman Island, where the tourists mingle with the locals. Now, remember, Jamaica, what we are talking about as it relates to this government, you understand, who embed with these hoteliers as it relates to formulate this canvas, you understand, of all-inclusive hotel in Jamaica. What that does, right, in essence, right, is to take away, you understand, the little hustling, you understand, from our people, right? And so then the little person who they do craft, you understand, at the craft market, they're not seeing, right, no form of traffic into the craft market space, because the hotel is now selling the concept. This is how vicious it is, you know. This is how vicious it is. The hotel is now selling a concept to the guests that outside, you understand, is dangerous. And so they need to stay inside where they buy everything. Remember, you know, them get the benefit of accommodation already, you know. Breakfast, you understand, lunch and whatever. Them get that already, you know. But guess what? They are so greedy. The politicians are in bed with them that the hoteliers are not giving the guests any space, you understand, to go on the outskirts of the hotel. You understand? I said, we are now our craft people can be visited. If you do a walk through the craft market, right? Because I have relatives in the craft market, so I can tell you. Because they are communicating to me. If you do a walk in the craft market, Jamaica, right? You have some people right there will tell you that from there, you see not even one tourist coming up. You will hear, you understand, some verbiage like that, right? And come on, let us talk about Montego Bay craft market. The people are suffering there because when it comes to trafficking of the tourists, they are not trafficking there to buy up those people and stuff. The hotel are selling what the craft vendors are selling to keep the tourists inside. You understand? And they limit the benefits, you understand, to their own programs that they have inside, that they have outside. You know. So okay, all right. Duns River, they will have their connection with Duns River because Duns River owners in the syndicate with them. You understand? So they eat a food, right? And everything locked this up. You understand? So they direct the food. So what they are dealing with, they are not dealing with where we talk about, you know, including, right, as it relates to the tourism ecosystem. Right?
And community tourism.
Exactly. So they are just channeling, you understand, the benefits to themselves, right? And making sure that the benefits that is coming from the tourism not reach outside to the common people. No, look what they are doing with the workers who are making it a great day for the visitors. When the visitors come to the hotel, visit the hotel, they see the workers. They're related with the workers. The workers have to show a happy face. The workers have to give their best service, right, to make them happy and enjoy their vacation. In all of that, you are telling me you are looking on our workers and give them $2? No, man. And the problem is, again, the unification of our people to understand. And so then we have to educate them, Jamites. Educate them. We are going to talk about mediums, as we say, half the year. You understand? We have to educate them and make sure they have an understanding. You understand? To move in one accord, as a country, what Melton Pot said. One accord, one unity. Because let me tell you something. If you have all the hotel workers, right, coming together, it will break the spell. But they have to come together. It will break the spell because it is going to earn the corporate profit. Earn the corporate profit. When if all the hoteliers, but galvanize, right, and decide to move a better salary and decide to stay out, you know how much millions of dollars they lose?
Yes.
You know how much millions of dollars they lose? And it is going to affect them because guests is going to see that there's a riot going on and it's not a safe area to travel.
There you go.
So
but
then,
the problem we're having at Jamaica. That's why I didn't even expand it, not for very long, but just to touch on certain strategic things that we see in Jamaica. As we know, when Andrew Holness used the army and the police them in the numbers, it's a scare factor to even the workers them, because them feel okay if them go out and protest, them are going to send these vigilantes upon them. Because this is what Andrew Holness does. He manipulates the society in a way that they're even scared of even going out there and voicing them vice. And that comes with the democratic rights. Because we are in a democratic society. So the democracy should always prevail. So people have a right to protest. But we're not seeing it happening in Jamaica because of the scare factor. So we have to look at that carefully.
But these police and soldiers, they go right back to the community at the end of the day. So can't they look into themselves to see what is happening to their countrymen and
this
say
is what they should be doing?
Should not be going out there and oppressing them.
This is what they should be doing because you remember, recently we saw a little demonstration with some taxi operator and we see what happened. With the policeman, them come and what them do. So we know because Andrew Holness tries to use these type of measures to have an effect on the Jamaican people mentality. Nobody no really want to take to the street. It's a wait and see things. You understand? And then now everything is just leave the same as yesterday. No changes made for tomorrow. Because the man come with that thing heavy-handed fist tactic style. Everybody afraid of it. Hey, where I live here, we and the police are like brothers. In Jamaica, it's like enemies. You understand? So that's where the scare factor come in. That's why people are not, willing to protest. But we are saying to them, put away the fear factor. Go out in your numbers.
Yeah, they can't.
Numbers is what will dictate the terms and the condition going forward.
Exactly.
When you grind the whole entire hotel sector to a halt, no workers turn up at none of the hotel in the Western Island. None from Ochi, Falmouth, all the way back Negril, Mobile. Lock them down. On a weekend, nobody turn up to work. It will hurt the hoteliers in the pocket and they will have to go back to the government.
Yep.
And formulate a new plan going forward in terms of the wage structure and how they treat the workers within the sector.
All right.
Because they can't afford to lose trade, Remember, people are already pre-booked,
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And if there's an unrest within the industry, they will have to refund back these people. They will have to do it because most people, when they book, you know, them have insurance that cover the bookings. So it's not like they can tell them, well, okay, this is what we have here and you can come next week. No. They have to give back the people and they have to refund them back.
All right.
So we can grind the sector to a halt.
Definitely.
It have to be on a collective terms and everything have to be coordinated properly with someone, you know, as a driving force behind everything and everything done properly, I will make the change.
Definitely. What I'm going to do now, since we are here, we are going to open the phone lines. I don't want people to call in and participate, you know, Jamaica in the space. You understand? Melting pot in the space, Mystic Sensation in the space. So, Jamaica, if you have anything to speak in the final breakdown here, and before we go to the calls, then please do. Right?
Yeah, I'm gonna quickly speak about one of the comments that you have read about where they say in Cayman the guest is able to interact with the people of Cayman. And whilst I understand that, we have to break it down a bit, because when we hear the travel advisory against Jamaica, it is a fact. Yes, it is something that we don't like to see, and the hotels have created a utopia where in that utopia the culture and the heritage is locked outside, and as a result of this we have Indians and the hotels selling the craft items instead of Jamaicans. We are having Dominicans, Cubans doing the entertainment within the hotel sector. I'm one for diversity, but you must choose Jamaican first, I believe. And if you want to develop the youths on the street to have entertainment so that they can now appeal to the wider public, right? In terms of the travel advisory, going back to that, yes, we have a society where we need to teach our people how to communicate effectively, and conflict is something that we have in Jamaica a lot. So yes, Mr. Prime Minister, the crime situation is a problem and it's affecting tourism. The poor health condition is a problem and it's affecting tourism. And the road network is poor and it's affecting tourism. The poor economic is poor economy is causing the people to be distressed and unable to provide proper service to the guests. So yes, it's affecting the tourism. And when we look at these things, just since week, I have a couple who have met over 10 years from Sanders. They came back here and they were speaking to me about the same thing about travel advisor, because they actually came and I showed them the town, I showed them how it is outside of the resort. And they say back home, people are cautioning them not to leave the resort. And it is very unsafe. They say even on the resort that they were staying, another guest told them that people are kidnapping people, the guests, and bring them up into hills and such. And I said to her, I had to say to her that whilst I cannot say this don't happen none at all, but I've never heard of a case like this. So I'm saying that Jamaica, just like anywhere else in the world, have their crime issue. It is for us to solve. However, in and around the tourism area, we don't have we don't have high crime situation. We have it further inland. But we don't really have it out here on the tourism area. To say that it's just like going to a Detroit where it's very violent, just the same. We have our issues, we need to fix them. And I'm saying, Mr. Prime Minister, when you don't stop corruption, right, and you don't educate your people and you don't stop poverty, then you are now destroying the product called Jamaica, and everybody's seeing it. Is 2024 where information is at people's fingertip and they don't have to go far to see the graphic things that are happening. They don't have to go far to see the tourism workers protesting. So no care what you come and say the tourism workers them are get treated well. They're seeing that the tourism workers are not being treated well. And not only that, they're getting first on experience when they're at the resort. The people are opening up to them because the people are stressed to a point where they are now telling the guests their lives so that the guests can feel sorry for them and able to tip them and able to give them different incentives. These are the things that are affecting the Jamaican people. I will pause for the callers.
All right.
They have a question. I have no problem answering.
All right. So we are opening the phone lines now. So please call in. Jamaica's in the space, Melting Pot in the space, Mystic Sensation in the space. All right.
Okay, she answered. Hey, Pat, calling you back. Yeah, good night. Put it up there.
Turn on this one.
Yes, Sister Pat, you're on.
Yeah, no, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you, Jamites, to help me. Go help teach the people them around you because you live it and you work it and you see it. Well, it's not only the hotelier, although I can tell you that means security, private security as well. Right? It happens. Even with me, presently, it happens. Yes. However, Mystic, what is happening in Jamaica? No. Every sector government are run under the government, we should have protect the people. They are tell them by the church, the police force, the JDF, the judges, everybody turn them back on Jamaican poorer class of people. And that's just what happened. The person who come in at Jamaica, if you see them invest, but not some writing or something, I use big word. They must have a policy where they must operate by. When their policy to give kickback and know what's not, that's a film policy. They're not business with the Jamaican people. When Marky G come in, Marky G have to change all of those tragedy and make the country become conducive back to the people. To be. And even Baron from one day, if you call, if you take a picture or something and show you,
yes.
I'm going to show you, I'm going to show Ratty. Because it's a contract. But my little fool head, me know say not good, but you have to eat, so I could just go on, but in the right. You understand?
Yes.
And Minister of Labour now do nothing for Jamaica people. But God is good. You see, from one day you can hear Colonel Jazz, Chapa John, lock him up. Chapa John, give it to him and clip use program under that program. And give it to him and call him Colonel Daughter. So him and his sister is Colonel Daughters.
Oh my.
And from that, hearing talk. Right? Hearing talk in Getty. Right? Let me tell you something. Jamaica, you're my son by age. Continue to stand up for what you do. But me tell you, it's Jamaican people, especially in the workforce, they're full of bad mind. You will talk to help them and then go back and you go sell you out. So be careful because they're licky. They're licky. Them believe in fighting for 20, 30, 40 years down the line that when them come out and work, who come behind them to get a good platform. They don't believe in that. Right? So continue fight the fight. Stand up, stand tall, but watch your back because Andrew Holness, you cannot put nothing past Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness, we go to the last bottom. He will kill all the baby with no bonnet. Forget you.
May I quickly say something to you, Auntie Pat?
Yeah. Hold on, Sister Pat. Jamica want to speak to you. Go ahead, Jamica.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate your concern and I appreciate your advice. And as you said, a lot of people, even when you speak on their behalf, they will still be against you. But what I can say, 1838, I won't stop saying it. 1838 didn't happen because the people sat down and folded their hands. And I know when Marcus Garvey stood up to speak, there were a lot of people saying, don't speak. And he did. And there was a lot of people telling Bob Marley not to sing, but he did. And Rosa Parks, when she sat down, there was a lot of people telling her to stand up. So I'm saying, you know, be guided by the Almighty, continue to pray and to believe that the work is hard, but somebody have to do it. And I'm saying that to every Jamaican and to people in the diaspora, the wider community, we see the type of leadership that we have. It's a corrupt leadership, but the work must be done. Fear will not cause our people to wither away. We are descendants of Nanny of the Maroon, Sam Sharp, Paul Bogle, Marcus Garvey, and many other freedom fighters. Auntie Pat, I will continue as Mystic Sensation, you, Mr. Melting Pot, and many others stand behind and to say that we support you and I will support them as well. So thank you ever so much for your concern.
Blessings.
Yes, sir. And Mystic.
Yes, sis.
Mystic. I want you guys to take this. Listen to me. I'm asking members of the diaspora. When the government change, I want you to have a meeting among yourself and be the new hotelier in Jamaica. Be the new investors in Jamaica, for Jamaica, by Jamaica. Too much foreign people are come from Timbuktu company. I know say people in the diaspora, England, whatever they did. We have capital. We are hard to know. Work with Marky G. Come in with some factory. Come in with some manufacturing. Take over somebody, hotel them. Hold them up. That's you are Jamaican, the work are Jamaican, and the business in Jamaica. You must benefit. We are begging that, giving that, happy capital, even for put together, buy one plane or trust one plane and run it from Jamaica to where and put back the country to order. Me I beg you, please. Me don't have the capital, but whatever it can, me help my people get a job. And it a good, livable, payable job. And crime will cut down. Crime can't stop man, ignorant man, we junk and tap man. But I don't know how we crime happen. So we have to know that diaspora wide and far. Be prepared, sit down on the edge. When the government change, strike. The first thing we have been, Marky G and say, Marky G, we're ready for you. What will we start? That me I beg you know. Because me I tell you, it's not easy in Jamaica. You have to have God to survive. When you work, Mystic, and when you get the money, you're best than when you know work.
Because you touch
You touch yes, so. Me and my son live. Me and my son alone live, My son was cool. Me go work. And my life bill was $6,000. Now me there $10,000. Me don't have no more appliances. We don't watch TV until when who are come on. We don't get time I do nothing. Me press once a week. Sometimes me not press because me live on the hill and if me wash my uniform, me put them in a pool. I'm not from bad press them, but me press my son card.
So we rent and
I pay so much for like you use microwave. The only thing we use, the TV, the iron once a week, and liquid a fridge. I mean, I pay $10,000 every month. Be like, don't the mistake. Eh? What can go so? Who raise up him internet and put it on radio, he send it through email. Who will defend me? Nobody. Nobody. Mistake you if I don't know, I mean, I beg you, me I meet one lady. She tell me, say she watch one program one day. She come brush up an holiday. I said, yeah, watch it. It's GLP conference, you know. I man watch it two of them, man. You know? And when you look, and his sister, you see, jump up in a green. And he says, Queen Sati. He said, look, his own family. I said, look at this for me. I who this? And he said, Tuesday after when I call him, no, we downtown can't get it. And he said, make a picture of Logi. Go show it. You see it? You get in a part, in a conference, I jump up on a railway, and yet still Sunday a conference and Tuesday I send come make money to pay like that. Uno look at it and uno have to over carry. I walk in a cold. When I cold, uno have to reach a work. 10 o'clock, uno can go 1 minute past 10. And yet still, before the people in try to rally for a good coffee, ease up uno, pack it over there and make uno can concentrate. No, can do it. That's true. You don't look at the next thing. You see, Judge, me understand the law like that. I'm mystic and loan some man one right teach me law. Me know say if me kill man, me go to prison. But certain thing deny it. And me come a class late and me reach one late. 3 days and patrol them by the road. Listen now. Me, I understand and they say when they say man go up and leave, me check that leave of absent for a job to go to something. But then say I'm not so I go. But 2 of me here and 2 of them broke it down. It come like you what man can worm. Am I right? We stand corrected.
Yeah, you're perfectly right.
Oh, me I listen when you know me I put peace together. Me I say, oh, yes, you know, be myself.
Exactly.
Many people show and get the riches. So anything you know, that still stand.
Yeah, because so the judiciary review is just say, okay, all right. The judge will hear, you understand, his reasons for the judiciary review. He has to now go in front of a panel of 3 judges, right? And he has to formulate the basis as it relates to malice, prejudice, and abuse of authority, which part he has no grounds on any of those.
Oh, so he might go to before the judge near you.
Yeah.
Citizen.
Yes. He has to.
I mean, the judge today was the farmer solicitor.
Deputy Solicitor General.
Deputy Solicitor General.
Solicitor General.
Yes.
Yeah, so me here, so me not read that they mean compromise the case as me tell you me I know all that me.
No, it not compromise it at all. It is just them exercising due diligence as it relates to his constitutional rights.
Okay.
All right, my sister.
Yeah, okay.
Bless
all right, you're gonna give
somebody
yeah.
Me for have a blessed Christmas, continue to do the work and doing my prayer and melting pot. May the good Lord bless you all and keep you to be strong. Jamaica, my son, be strong. God is on your side.
All right.
Okay,
bless up yourself, sister.
Thank you for your greetings and blessing, madam.
All right. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Family, good night, Miss Anne.
Good night.
All
How
right.
are you?
Good night, Mr. Melting Pot.
Good night to you, caller.
How you do?
Well, you know, we're giving God grace and the thanks, you know, to be here in the space and sharing the time with you guys.
All right.
Okay, welcome, and I hope you come back again. Anyway, Mr. Jamaica, let me tell you something. Maybe give up,
Yes.
You see, young people like you,
got to stand up for the right. Because if you're not stand up for the right, you're going to fall for anything. And I like the stance you take. Them fire you. But make them go on. Big things are going to happen for you. Right?
Thank you.
Don't just swing wide open. You're going to walk through. Your blessings are on the way. All strong, all forth. You said that unto Holness there. This is one of the young people them for do. I'm not sit up in one to no walk list. The police come shoot on the down. Because in young men like you who are worthy and stand up for something in your country, these are the people he must protect and look out for. He must remember his journey until he becomes prime minister, right? Uphold the standards that you guys uphold instead of looking back. I look back, you know. We want to look back. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Yes, keep it up. We're not heroes them of Jamaica. The people who fight. It costs sweat and blood and tears. Them never become national heroes, so they have to stand up for something. Young man, I'm so happy for you. Keep going. Keep moving. Don't give up. Don't look at the naysayers. Don't listen on negative. Just look forward. Just look forward. And you are in good company with Mystic and others. You hear me? And you stay right there.
Lessons.
And keep focus.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I really do appreciate you.
Be careful. Very careful. But that's like how you stand up. You never can tell. Them have them squad out there. And the men I talk. And this is what he has shown to the people of Jamaica why we are saying the things we say. They cannot be trusted. From the head to the tail, cannot be trusted. So watch your back.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you.
I keep going. Yeah, man, good things going to happen for you.
Exactly. From the head to the tail in terms of Holness administration cannot be trusted.
Yeah, man.
It is so true.
Cannot be trusted.
Definitely.
Mr. Yeah, let me go on. I'm going to say what I have to say quick, Mystic.
Yes, go ahead.
So that people can get a chance.
Yes, go ahead.
The Jamaican people must remember that it was the PMP government that saved the country after the Bruce Golding.
Yes.
It was the PMP government and see come up again.
Here you go.
Right?
Worse this time.
Again.
Worse this time.
So it's a revolve situation. Me don't want to them people, they know they must have lick them head down there. Because if at that they are going to look on their kidneys and them are suffer by $20 two piece, and can't even buy a loaf of bread. You see how Christmas coming? Prices are no price are go high. And them are rare. See, a woman that talk about she go sell house. When the man have 28 bank account, something wrong with see. But you go sell house, give him what? Remember she? Let them go about their business. They are idiots. They better walk them man and think about the call.
True.
And stop the foolishness. Too long now we're in the gutter. We must lift ourselves out of that. Rise and shine, the light has come.
Speak your truth, my sister.
We didn't know, we know now.
Exactly.
You see?
That's it.
The foolishness them keep going on and cost people up in the diaspora. Nobody money with 100 thief. And a donation fund. I know where I come from. If I never the diaspora with all of the bloggers, I want to happen to some of them down there. They get house, they get clothes, they get boot, they get. We don't know what them not get. Because some of the bloggers not stop beg for them. When the man down there have 28 bank account, and that them for talk about. The 28 bank account where them have. Both money in a head. How bold must be? Come on. ambassador. The same country we support and pay people money.
Speak your
And the Prime
truth.
Minister come out and say nothing yet.
Speak your truth.
What kind of Prime Minister? The Prime Minister they want that?
Wrong.
Me I call him. And that me I call him. Come on down there. Now, when I look at the school, Johnstown Primary School, I see coming like that. The rain I come through the roof. And you know why it happened? Because that school is in Martin G constituency.
Yes. Yes.
That's wicked. Teacher affairs people want out of school. Andrew Holness, looking at yourself, sir.
Yeah.
And you say you're Prime Minister?
Exactly.
What a wickedness. I want me to tell you, Mr. Andrew, you hear me? Listen. You have to confess. You have to confess before Father God. It's wicked. And you know you have done wickedness and you want to be wrong strong. Humbly yourself and be penitent. And apologize to the country, the people of Jamaica for what you have done to the country and to the people. You suffer them. More say you surplus. You have surplus in the economy or they will never spend this. We will it back for now till now. What? If you didn't have surplus, we don't use it. Man, that's some of the money where you have put on. Some mattress and big some will have bury it and you take it out now.
Borrowed money, so you don't have none. You cannot
so
borrow
money.
Surplus,
Miss and all of a sudden, him have surplus. So where that surplus come from? I never use it. I have some about money.
Well, SSL give them surplus, you know. SSL give a lot of them surplus.
Jesus, favor, Father God, we never seen nothing like this in my life. Come on, Andrew Holness, you have to confess, you have to change your ways, you can't, and then you want to come be Prime Minister again? How also? Your mother did born you and call you, your middle name at Jamaica? And then you want to know, how you want from Jamaica and Jamaica people for?
Jamaica got
Let's go, Andrew Holness.
And
you have all the audacity.
I'm telling you.
He see you must hold your government accountable, you know.
That's why every time we play.
I know you know. I come out here, I see that court.
Crazy.
You got change part of the constitution and the Holness to suit you. Oh, you think you're special, so? Excuse me? Well, you see the court, the judge, we rule, are the best thing ever because guess what happened now? You won't be kind of worm.
Exactly.
And you forgot to no.
Yeah.
The argument have to come. How you get rich?
There you go,
With
sister.
the trillions of dollars there.
He has to face the three-panel judge.
Statutory deductions.
There you go.
And the best thing ever happened now, you know.
Exactly.
That judge they wise because guess what the judge has said? Me wash my hand out of it, you know. Me no want night, you know.
Yes.
They don't go on a court go argue that.
Give him a shovel to dig
Digging one grave.
Yes.
That's what happened to him.
Give him a shovel and say, go and dig.
He has to explain, and there are certain questions. There are certain questions.
We are sell water out there. Everything I want to take for myself. I want to ask you something, Andrew. When they come money, they want to sell out. What do you do with that money there? Who collect it? That really want to make the Jamaica people back. With the money there? Where did it go? Where's that money? I have that answer to. I sure up the money. Where the money there, Andrew?
Yeah,
all right.
The question that's
where's the money? Nepa money. What sell out? What do you do with it? Wow, no.
All
right.
Bless the
Let me give the people them a chance.
Yeah, man. Bless the sister.
Man.
Thank you for your input.
Well said, sister.
Yeah, man. We always love our sister, you know, always solid in terms of her input, and she's passionate. You understand? You can't say, boy, I should love Jamaica, right? Love Jamaica like we like it. You understand? Unlike Jamaica, we have fights. You
Yeah.
understand? These are callers who, right, give us the push, give us the energy. You
Yes.
understand? And we love that.
You can
All right.
feel it. Feel the energy, man.
If we don't have any more callers coming in, we are just going to go around the panel for the closing statement. And we'll, caller coming in? Okay. All right. Answer that.
It's your brother. Okay. Hello, good night.
Okay. All right. So if we don't have any more calls coming in, we're just going to go around the panel for the closing statement because I think we have exhausted. Hold on. We have. We're just going to go around the panel for the closing statement.
Hello.
Yes. Turn off the device in the background. You're online.
You don't want to be on speaker?
I forget what to say this.
Okay.
You hearing me?
Yes, we are hearing you.
The caller who talk about investing in Jamaica, that lady, she always call. She's right.
Yes.
Because guess why? You see the same way, so much money from the diaspora and other people in Jamaica was put into SSL.
Yes.
Billions. Also, money that was taken from those people from NCB Bank.
Mm-hmm.
The same way, people can pool their money together and do investment in Jamaica.
I believe that.
But because nobody knew that so much money was being put by people in the diaspora, even in Jamaica, in SSL and NCB. So we can do something, but you know what to we? Black people, we bring down on one another. We don't uplift each other. That's the problem. And we have to change our mindset and our attitude towards doing business and investment. You have to be true to the cause. Business, you have to put in to get out. And if we can do it, because we up here, support this Black Friday sitting, and if we truly know how that starts, we wouldn't even spend a dime.
Mm-hmm.
With this Black Friday something. So a lot of people want to come back to Jamaica, but people are waiting to see what is going to happen down there. The change to come. People now are on the brink of retiring the state and they want to come back to their country. And so this is it. We must not forget that the system has to change down there because a lot of these people have been killed to corruption and extortion in Jamaica. That's another problem. That's another problem we must not overlook. And that Andrew Holness, him knows him corrupted and him know we are one. It got to change. It cannot be the same and it can't stay stuck. We have to stand up and push back on this government.
Yes.
Exactly.
Thank you for listening.
So
Bye.
true. Well, the way how Andrew Holness lie, you know much time I tell people say him no straight. I mean, it's what it is.
Can't get worse than that.
Right. All right. So I think we have exhausted a lot of time. So we are just going to go around the panel for the closing statement. Let us kick it off with you in terms of the closing statement.
Yes, well, tonight was a very informative, discussion amongst ourselves. And I mean, Jamaica has, highlighted all the critical areas within the hotel sector that need to be addressed and addressed urgently. And, he spoke very eloquent. Yeah. As a young man, I can't see how them get rid of him from the hotel sector. That just goes to show you that them don't want anyone with any IQ around them. If you have IQ, you're going to open up too much can of the worms that lies within the sector. But I'm just saying to Jamaica, never give up the fight, my brother, because, the more you fight is the more you get strength, And your strength is a renewable strength that the Almighty will sustain you with to continue this journey that you are doing, not just for yourself or for your own, self-esteem, but for the workers that work alongside you in the hotel sector that you are being taken for a ride and used as modern day slave in their own country. Yeah. And we are here standing in solidarity with you, you know. And as Mystic said, yeah, we're gonna have a discussion where we can, you know, exchange even numbers so we can have dialogues as we go along at any given time. But I just want to say to the Minister of Tourism, the Prime Minister, and the Minister of Labor, this policy that you have with the hotelier investors in Jamaica, it needs to stop. It needs to be revisited and it needs to reset. The wages is too low. These people will never invest back in the local economy the way they should as workers because they don't have the expenditure to go around and to boost the local economy. So you need to make sure the workers are being looked after carefully so that they can have a life, so that they can have some form of input in the local economy because money is what drives the economy forward. And if your working sector don't have any money to participate in the local economy, then the country is flat, dead. And this is why the country has contracted and we are now almost on the brink of a recession. Because the big men will never sustain the local economy. They are small in numbers. And what you have done, Mr. Government, you have neglected the majority. And the majority of workers in the country are the backbone of the economy. Not your little 5% pure surgery personnel them. Because what they do is, minimal to the development and the growth of Jamaica. Because these people, most of their money are bank offshore. You check them. Their money are offshore in some bank account, not in Jamaica. They are just in Jamaica to milk Jamaica. So a lot of policies within the hotel sector, we're going to have to rip them up, rewrite them, and reset a program going forward to enhance the development of our workers who work tireless within the hotel sector to deliver a service that the Minister of Tourism is all over the world trying to sell. Brand Jamaica. How does Brand Jamaica come about? It don't come from the politician. It comes from the ordinary 9-to-5 worker. They are the one who are delivering the brand Jamaica that you are selling abroad. So if you don't take care of your house, then it will never be in order. You have to take care of your workers to keep your hotel sector vibrant and keep the worker enthusiastic and in a good headspace. Not with all these chronic syndrome as Jamaica outline that is affecting the workers. You understand? When you have a workforce that is demoralized, then you cannot get efficient production and productivity from that workforce.
True.
But as we see, even on the commuting line, people going to work and policemen stop them late, slow down the production growth. It's a penny wise and pound foolish government we have around Jamaica. And as I said, the heavy-handed tactics, it has to stop because what you are doing, you are taking away the citizens' right to even vent their anger when they are being used as a working tool and not as a human resource. And I yield back to another panel.
Well, let me just say this in terms of before Jamaica comes in, because I'm going to have Jamaica close the curtain for us. 100-pound weight of lead is burdensome for one man to lift. However, if you have 100 men lifting that 100-pound weight of lead, comes very light. I think Jamaicans know what I'm talking about. And I think critical thinkers know what I'm talking about. Jamaicans, I'm saying, stand in solidarity for any effort that is going to move our country forward as it relates to nation building that is going to benefit our generation up to generation. And I yield back. Close the curtain, Jamaica.
One sec before Jamaica step in. I just want to say this to you, Jamaica, that God has chosen you for a purpose. He has inspired you, and you are destined to do great things. So it may look daunting right now, but that's how God works sometimes. But just keep the faith, press on, and you will get the support that you need. So just keep on going.
And yeah, and I'm going to call you tomorrow, Jamaica. You understand? Go ahead. Go ahead, Jamaica.
All right. First I want to say thank you both for your over the time that you've been doing this. It's not just a first time thing today or last week. You have been consistent. You have been keeping the Jamaican people in your mind and your heart, being all the way in Calgary, all the way across the world. But you have still kept that warmth of Jamaica inside you, and you keep burning it together as a unit. And you are an inspiration for a lot of Jamaicans and non-Jamaicans to say what beauty is in partnership. So continue to do so. Mr. Belton Pot, Mr. Lloyd, I really do appreciate your words, and also you have been consistent about the Jamaican people need to have benefit from governance. Good governance is what we seek, is what we deserve. We cannot pay 200 and 300% increase and getting mediocrity for our result. It's like ordering KFC and you end up with chicken bones. It's disgraceful, disrespectful, and it's not what the Jamaican people deserve. 200 and 300% increase. What can go so when the result is poor road condition, poor health condition, poor security system? Education is in shambles. We deserve more than that. And you keep saying that, Mr. Melting Pot, and I really do hear you. I believe you. I understand your passion that we need a change. And change is the only thing that is constant and consistent. And let me say to the audience, from Miss Pat to the next lady that have gave me words of encouragement, your words are sufficient. A word to the wise is sufficient. And, you know, I will continue to be humble and learn along this journey. There's so much more for me to learn. I've learned not even a little bit, little knowledge that I know. I will continue to be humble with it and try to learn more each day. To the rest of the listening audience, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting. Continue to support Mystic Sensation. They're doing a wonderful job, and their worth and their price can never be weighed in gold or silver. It is priceless, embedded in the hearts of Jamaicans, and not just for the present but the future to come. I believe in a better Jamaica, as Martin Luther King said. I have a dream. I have a dream as well that Jamaica will be the place where our diaspora members can come back and they can raise their family, they can retire, they can go out and smell the nice clean air while they grow their plants and they raise their animals.
Also and people at home too.
they traverse the beautiful roads and go to the beaches and such. And to say, lastly, to my tourism workers, fellow tourism workers who have been enduring this battle, and Jamaicans on a whole who have been enduring this battle, the end is near in terms of there's a change coming. You know, it normally gets worse before it gets better. And we have something called delayed gratification. Simple meaning where our grandmother tell us from we are little pitney say, burn your belly sometime. I will come back to speak about degrowth and that proper strategy that Dr. Peter Phillips, under the leadership of Portia Simpson Miller, did after Bruce Golding had wrecked our economy. But I'm not going there.
All right.
So my tourism workers say that.
All right.
I appreciate you guys. You have been fighting the fight. I've fought the fight with you, and I will still fight the fight even after leaving the physically, spiritually, emotionally, psychologically. I'm still with you. And this transcends the borders of PMP and labor right. It is not about that. It's a people that is fighting for the betterment of themselves. The lifestyle must change. One of my biggest supporter, you know, she's a staunch labor right, you know.
All right, there you go.
Yes.
What the word is just love, you know, my brother.
It's just love.
She love
The
me.
word is just love.
And
You
I love her
understand?
just the same because I don't see the color of you, whether racially or being politically. I see the love that you have inside. And no matter how you're rough and tough, there's love within each and every one of us. And I will say, I'm a servant to you. I will lay myself in front of you so that we can symbiotically get result for ourselves and our people as Jamaicans. And I'm going to close with this from one of my favorite presenter, Les Brown. He said, if you want something bad enough to go out and fight for it, to work day and night for it, to give up your time, your peace, and your sleep for it, and if all that you dream and scheme is about it, and life seems useless and worthless without it, if you gladly sweat for it, and fret for it, and lose all the terror of your opposition for it, if you simply go after that thing that you want with all of your capacity, faith, hope, and confidence, and stern pertinacity, if neither cold poverty nor got sickness nor pain of the body or brain can keep you away from the thing that you want, with dog death and grim, beseech and beset it, with the help of God, you'll get it. Thank you ever so much again, and be blessed. And our country needs healing, and it starts here by social reform. Blessings.
Well said, Jamaica.
Destined for great things, Jamaica. You
Well
are
said,
destined
Jamaica. I
for
must.
great things.
And you're a leader indeed, right?
Thank you.
You have been inspired in the space, right? And the powers that be, you understand, is definitely guiding you. And let me tell you something, right? There's no harm, you understand, that can, come upon you, because Father God is your shield and buckler, and He will protect and guide. Let me tell you something. Mystic Sensation and Melting Pot will rise the sword in your defense at any time.
Anytime, my brother.
Blessings, my brother.
Jamaica, they're asking, oh, can they get in touch with you? Do you have a Instagram, a social media platform that can follow you on? You can just give the information.
Mystic, get Jamaica's my number, you know, because me and him have a rap, you know.
Yes, man.
After here, just give me number. Yeah, man.
All right.
So as you can see, Jamics on TikTok, I'm working on different platform, putting together things as a unit as well, so that I can come present to you all in the best way possible. And I would like to have you on the journey. For now, I'm using TikTok as a medium because this is new media, and my goal is to have a studio, a home studio, because I want to. I also have my business, that I registered, which I'm going to do. So this is this is Elite Etiquettes Academy. It teaches about character building, rehabilitation, and social reform. So it is not something that is popular in the Jamaican space, but I'm going to make it popular because, as Norman Manley said from back then, that we don't have a political problem, we have a social problem, and we need to change that so that we can communicate more effectively with each other so that we can have businesses. And to say to the diaspora before I go, to say that you are the real driver of our economy. I know that we always send a little shoes money, a little money for buy food, go give with family members, and they will kind of squander it. I'm saying that we need to look at, as the lady said before, a more sustainable way that we can use the money that you guys send back so we can invest in infrastructure so it can grow fruit for both us being here and for you, because this is your home. This is our land, and we have to rescue it from an uncaring government and make our future generation proud of what we did in 2024, 2025. I don't care what they want to say, oh, JLP has wrecked the country. I still believe in Vision 2030. And I digress there.
And I want one thing I want to say further to you, Jamaica. I see as the future, Minister of Tourism. You have to play some role in that sector, down the line.
Charity as well. Sorry, I've done 2 times I've done charity where I've gone back to Franklin Town, which I've lived in, to give back the youths book and pencils, and because I believe that you must educate our youth, you must support them and live your life to be an example for adults. Yes. And I've done that in 2018 in Franklin Town, and I did in 2024. This year I gave back book and pencils to kids. I've been able to get support by guests that I've butlered and put it together with whatever I have. And I'm encourage every Jamaican, even if it is $1 that you can give somebody. If you help a child today, that same child might not be a killer tomorrow.
Well said. Well said, Jamaica. And as I said before, it's a pleasure to sit here sharing this space with you and Mystic Sensation and his lovely wife, and I know the people, really felt the passion of how you spoke tonight. And I mean, the message that you relate to the general public, was of great knowledge.
Thank you.
Extremely great knowledge. That's why I look at you as a person who I know could serve and do a better job than Lollipop Jah, who is currently the Minister of Tourism. Because what you have is the people interest. If you never did, they wouldn't have, got rid of you from the sector. They saw that you are motivated, and you are also mobilizing other people from within the sector, from the treacherous exploitation of labor within the sector. Because, I mean, just to hear you talk about even sexual activity have to be a part of making up people's salary. That should never be the order of the day. Because where I live here in the UK, if a worker does that and it's known to the management, they are out of a job. So the whole sinister is that we need, transparency coming from the top. The policymakers, the politician, the PSOJ. Yeah, we need transparency coming from them. They could never survive on a meager salary. So why you give it to your workers? Have some compassion for the workers. If we want to have Jamaica going forward in a right direction and a sustainable growth of development, then the workers has to be looked at with great interest and not with impunity.
True.
Right, sir. Those are the closing words for tonight from me.
Could go on and on, but
I'm telling you,
time is everything.
Yes, and sorry, while you're talking about time, I just want to apologize to those who are waiting for Jeopardy. We're not going to have Jeopardy tonight because of the time. and I have work early in the morning, another 12 hours. So
Yes.
we will not be able to do Jeopardy tonight until next week.
We really
My humblest
apologize for that.
apology.
All right. So as I said, Jamaica, I sent Melting Pot, I sent Jamaica number to you, and likewise, Jamaica, I sent Melting.
All right. Thank you, Mystic.
All
Yeah,
right.
man.
So,
Welcome to the family, Jamaica.
so we are going to link up. So bless yourself, Jamaica.
Jamaica,
Right.
I'm really impressed by you, and God has his hands on you. And as I said, you're destined for great things.
Yes. Talented.
Very, very talented man.
Listen.
And you know, a man of eloquent word.
Yes.
Yeah.
All praises to the Almighty, man. Bless
Bless
it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Big up Jamaica. And I know. Yes, man. All right, my brother.
So as usual, thank you guys for your continued support. Really appreciate each and every one. Thanks for the interactive discussion as usual.
Lyd, let me say this. I want to say big thanks, Lyd, because you have been response as a moment notice. Love you for that. Blessing up, bless yourself, my brother.
Mistake, the work have to go on, you know. The work have to go on.
All right.
And sometimes even my wife said, boy, I don't know you do it every night, just stay up and when you now watch a program, you're up on the program. But it's just my passion and my love, because I love Jamaica, I love my Jamaicans. You understand? Because I am just patriotic, I am not partisan. But my true love for your party is the PNP, the People's National Party, because I know what they deliver.
Exactly. Well, I am democratic socialism and the world know that. So
yeah, man.
That's what. All right, guidance, my brother.
Again, blessing, love, my brother. All right, Mystic. Bless.
And guys, remember, I'm Reason with Ratigan tomorrow.
Yes.
And then, we will have what is it, Town Hall or City Hall now with Wayne Lonestown on Sunday.
Thursday, you understand, Titans, remember that. You understand?
And joining on all the other platforms who are burning the fire as well. Bolo, VNR, bless up yourself. We see you in the chat, and this magazine was there earlier.
All right,
see you.
bless up on yourself.
Thank you so much. So guys, I'm gonna say have a wonderful and blessed weekend. Rest well and safe travel on the gravel until next time. Bye.
And Ligris, big up yourself.
Yes,
always working on the chat. Love your body. All right. Bless yourself, Ligris.
Oh, today's what? Friday? Oh, Mr. Ratigan was on this afternoon. Oh, sir, thanks for the courage.
Also on tomorrow. He'll be on.
Today's Friday. Don Mel said no, he was on this afternoon. He's not coming on tomorrow.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
All right, guys. Love you all. Thank you so much.
Bye. Yeah.